Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish or Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mishegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello. Good morning. Is it still morning? It's afternoon. Good afternoon, my friends. How are you? Happy 2025. I was a little ambitious with my time today, and I hate being late, so I'm trying to get here and be here on time. But today's a crazy day because, all the kids went back to school today after being off for like 2 weeks, and, anybody's kids not make the bus today? It's crazy after having 2 weeks off and having to get back to like a regular schedule. If you feel me, you feel me. Anybody watch the Golden Globes last night? That was fun. It's nice to see Demi Moore finally be recognized for that crazy movie, The Substance. Also, I was looking for my trial pads on the Karen Reed trial because I was looking for the Proctor testimony. I used, I think, one entire legal pad every 3 days for testimony. Maybe even some of them were 2 days for an entire legal pad. And there are so many notes, so many things to talk about. There was a new dropping this morning in the docket of the Karen Reed case by the Commonwealth, which is what we're going to go over today. And then I thought it would be quite helpful for so many people who are either new to this case or who just don't remember how absolutely egregious Michael Proctor is, to go back and watch the cross-examination of his testimony, because a lot of you might not remember what a horrific witness he was for the Commonwealth and why he may be in trouble with the Massachusetts State Police. If anybody can explain to me why, perhaps, he would be willing to risk his entire career, his livelihood, pension, everything for the absolutely, you can call it egregious, you can call it negligent, you can call it improper, shoddy investigation in this case, when we know, because we've looked at other investigations that he's been involved in, like the Brian Walsh case, that he certainly does know how to do a proper investigation. But I don't know, was he swayed by his close personal ties with the McCabes and the Alberts that he denied originally? And then, how could we forget all of the text messages that came out during the Karen Reed trial because of the feds, and only because of the feds, because they got a hold of his personal cell phone and all of the messages that he was cross-examined with by Alan Jackson. It was an amazing cross-examination. I think it'd be fun to go and go back and remember all of the egregious things that he did, not just by sending disgusting, inappropriate, unprofessional text messages to his buddies from elementary school, about Karen Reed and her medical conditions, about his personal feelings about her, about how he was going to pin it on the girl, about how he decided that she was going to be the one to take the fall for it. 16 hours after Officer John O'Keefe's body was found, despite the fact that he never even went, apparently, allegedly, maybe, to the scene that day. He never even went to 34 Fairview at all. And yet he decided within 16 hours, even less than that, I'm going to say, because, they did show up to pick up Karen's car and phone in Dighton around 4:15 in the afternoon. So within 10 hours, within about 8 hours, he was calling for the tow truck in Dighton. And it's wild. It's wild. And for those of you who think, or those people out there who think that he's being disciplined simply for his text messages against Karen Reed, I'm here to tell you that that is probably not the only thing that he's being investigated for. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for him. It's unfortunate for his family, that he would choose this path for himself and for his career. Right. He also hated Yannetti. Remember that? He texted some messages about how much he hated Yannetti. And then we learned at one point, I think it was later on in August, he was searching Karen Reed's phone for nudes. So there was all that stuff, in addition to his close personal ties to the recipient witnesses in this case that he denied initially, but then he was confronted with some text messages and had to admit it. He had to admit that his sister Courtney, that he spoke to on the phone 5 times a day on the regular, was besties with Julie Albert. He had to admit that he was going to have Julie Albert babysit his children, that he was friends with Julie and Chris Albert and knew their son Colin. It's wild, and unless you've been following this case from the beginning with me and others, you might not realize the tentacles and how deep they go and how far they go and how I've never seen anything like this, any of the cases that I've covered. So let's take a look at the first thing that was filed this morning. We have a hold of it is filing number 450. It's filed this morning at around 9:30, January 6th. Today is January 6th. It's the Epiphany. Maybe we'll have an epiphany during this stream. Maybe we'll have an epiphany. Maybe some things will just come to us. Some things will just reveal themselves. Maybe we'll have a whole new understanding of this case, because God knows somebody needs to. Because Karen Reed could be you. Karen Reed could be me. Karen Reed could be your sister, my sister, your girlfriend, your daughter. Karen Reed could be any one of us. And if this can happen to Karen Reed, God save the Commonwealth, because this can happen to anyone. Today is Monday, January 6th of 2025, and it is just a reminder that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. It just didn't. There are no injuries to support that, and anyone who tells you anything differently really has no common sense and or knowledge of pedestrian versus motor vehicle car accidents. It just didn't happen that way. No matter how much they want to gaslight you, no matter how much they want to make you think that you're crazy for thinking that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, I'm here to be the voice of reason and tell you that you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Karen Reed is over $5 million in debt for legal fees and continuing. There have been not only expert witnesses like Dr. Russell who have stepped up and reached out to the defense saying, I think I can help, because people worldwide are outraged by this. Robert Alessi, an amazing attorney from New York, has stepped in pro bono for free to help the team, because lawyers everywhere are outraged by this. Not just citizens of Massachusetts anymore, because now this is a worldwide story. If you are watching from somewhere outside the US, please put in the chat where you're watching from, because a lot of people don't know that this has worldwide interest. And this is ducking outrageous. I'm also here to remind you today that the Canton Police Report initially filed investigating the murder of a fallen police officer, of a brother in blue, Officer John O'Keefe. The Canton initial investigative police report was 8 pages long. My friends, it was 8 pages long. The Canton Police Department investigative report for a man named Richard Schiffer, who distributed little tiny rubber ducks around town with little stickers on the bottom that said, Colin did it. Some other stickers said IYKYK, which stands for if you know, you know, in addition to some Monopoly money $100 bills with something stamped on them around town. The investigation of Richard Schiffer, the police report was 36 pages long to try and get him on some felony witness intimidation charges. Luckily, a judge recently just dismissed those charges, kind of laughed them out of court, and there are some littering charges that still remain. But that, my friends, that is the kind of investigation that the Canton Police Department thought was enough for the murder of a Boston police officer, and you should be outraged. And because of his conduct in the Karen Reed investigation and trial and the things that were uncovered by the feds, because remember, the FBI is investigating the investigation of the John O'Keefe murder. The FBI has a parallel investigation going on. They maybe are probably aren't also investigating other things, like, for example, perhaps certain state troopers, the Massachusetts State Police and Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the investigation into the death of Sandra Birchmore, who was groomed as a young 15-year-old girl who was in a police explorers program because she loved and revered police officers and wanted to be one. She was groomed as a child, starting, I think, at the age of 13. Her virginity was taken at 15 by a Stoughton police officer named Matthew Farwell. She eventually became pregnant with his child when she was about 23 and was murdered, allegedly by Matthew Farwell. However, the Canton PD ruled it a suicide, my friends. They ruled it a suicide, despite the fact that there were something like 35,000 text messages between Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell that Trooper Nick Garino, Massachusetts State Police forensics specialist, who also was involved in the Karen Reed case, failed to find over 35,000 text messages between Farwell and Sandra Birchmore on Farwell's phone. State police never did anything about it. In fact, the medical examiner ruled Sandra Birchmore's death a suicide. But the feds got involved, and the feds investigated, and they found out that the police department, Canton PD, knew from the day they seized Sandra Birchmore's laptop. All of those messages were on her laptop, delineating in great painstaking detail this relationship between the married Matthew Farwell, his twin brother also, by the way, and another police officer named Robert Devine, who were all involved with having improper relations with Sandra Birchmore, which eventually led to federal charges because the state police, Canton PD, didn't bring any charges. But the feds did, and now Matthew Farwell is sitting in Club Fed in federal prison, awaiting federal charges of murdering a witness because they had to make something stick. Here is what was filed this morning in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. This is the Commonwealth's updated notice regarding state trooper. This is filing number 450. There's 2,800 people in here. Everyone smash that like button. Even if you're hate watching, smash it anyway, because I know you're all watching. There's about 20 of you out there. Commonwealth's updated notice regarding state trooper. The trial of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, number 2282CR000117, began in Norfolk Superior Court on April 16th of 2024. Beverly J. Cannoni presiding. Trooper Proctor testified in that matter on June 10th and 12th, 2024, and was subject to cross-examination relating to alleged conflicts of interest, communications with non-involved civilian persons regarding the Reed case, and statements regarding the defendant from which defense counsel argued a bias could be found. Well, just a little bit. On July 22nd of 2024, the Commonwealth informed counsel and the court that Trooper Proctor had been suspended without pay and was the subject of an internal affairs investigation. On January 15th, 2025, which is 9 days from today, Trooper Proctor is scheduled to appear before a Massachusetts State Police Trial Board for allegations of misconduct in the performance of his duties as a uniformed member of the Massachusetts State Police. See General Law 22C 13B, which we're going to look at after this. Upon a finding that there are reasonable grounds for discipline, the colonel for the Massachusetts State Police may immediately impose permanent discipline. See General Law 22C 13C, which we will also look at. Commonwealth expects that pursuant to this court's March 20th, 2024 ongoing order, pursuant to Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 17, the Massachusetts State Police will produce all responsive reports and records pertaining to the discipline of Trooper Proctor to the defendant and Commonwealth at the conclusion of their internal affairs investigation. XOXO. Ooh, Michael Marcy is signing off on this. Well, I guess he still is the district attorney. XOXO. Hank Brennan, specially appointed assistant district attorney. This was dated January 3rd, which was Friday, but it hit the docket today. Welcome new members, Sheila Emerson, Ann from SB. Thanks for becoming a new members. Lori, Life 360 for the win, gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, Lori, so very much. That was very kind and generous of you. You're always such an amazing, kind, and generous member of this channel. And to the 10 winners who were randomly gifted by YouTube, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Sheila became a member today. Thanks for the 5. Been watching you from the beginning. You're the best. Thank you. Thank you, Sheila. Are you outraged? Are you outraged? You know, I see what's going on out there, and the gaslighting is real, you guys. You're not crazy. The gaslighting is real. Thank you. I appreciate you. K-Wags, thanks to the 5. Investigations at my old agency never took this long. Why don't they rip the Band-Aid? Is it because of trial? Is it because of trial 2.0? That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking they were going to wait and discipline him until after this trial is over, but trial was supposed to start in January, right? And it's just been pushed to April 1st, which is April Fool's Day, ironically, but not really, kind of fittingly. That's my guess. I think Jackie is here from Canada, and she's been here for 8 months. Thanks, Jackie. Hi, good citizen. Thanks for the 10. Why is Hank Brennan signing off on disciplinary actions for Proctor? He's not. He's just signing off on the fact that this is going to be happening and that he's aware of his discovery obligations, and that as soon as he has any information regarding the disposition of this internal investigations, he will be exchanging it with the other side. So he's not signing off on any disciplinary actions for him. He's signing off on the fact that this State Police Trial Board appearance is happening on the 15th of January. And when he has any information, he will forward it along. Why isn't Marcy signed off on anything since he's subject to FBI investigation? Marcy is not signing off on anything because he is no longer handling this case. They've gone outside. Well, I guess technically he is the attorney of record, but they've gone outside the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and they've hired defense attorney Hank Brennan to come in, the bargain basement rate of $250 an hour with a cap of $75,000, to handle the re-persecution of Karen Reed because no other attorney in the Norfolk County DA's office will touch it. We need answers. We still have questions because citizen, you're right. We have questions and we need answers. And thanks, Don. This case and Richard Allen case is wrong. Thank you for hanging out for 4 months. And I wish I was in another country, says Stephanie. she was in another country, but if you're in Massachusetts, this is what you're dealing with. So let's take a look at the general law section 22C. And this is very small font. Let's see if we can enlarge this a little bit. 1 second. Section 13 is entitled Charges Against Uniformed Members, Trial, Review, Suspension, Other Disciplinary Actions. Section 13, sub A reads, a uniformed member of the state police who has served for at least 1 year and against whom charges have been preferred shall be tried by a board to be appointed by the colonel or at the request of the officer, a board consisting of the colonel. A person aggrieved by the finding of the trial board under this subsection may appeal the decision of the trial board under sections 41 to 45, inclusive of chapter 31. A uniformed officer of the state police who has been dismissed from the state police force after a trial under this subsection or who resigns while charges to be tried by a trial board are pending against the uniformed officer shall not be reinstated by the colonel. Subsection B, notwithstanding subsection A, the colonel may administratively suspend without pay a uniformed member who has served for at least 1 year if the uniformed member had a criminal complaint or indictment issued against them, or the department has referred the uniformed member to a prosecutorial agency for review for prosecution, or there are reasonable grounds to believe that the uniformed member has engaged in misconduct in the performance of the uniformed member's duties that violates the public trust. That is specifically the section that in their disclosure, the Commonwealth schedules, the Commonwealth says Proctor is scheduled to appear for a Massachusetts State Police Trial Board for allegations of misconduct in the performance of his duties as a uniformed member of the MSP under this section, B3, which reads, there are reasonable grounds to believe that the uniformed member has engaged in misconduct in the performance of the uniformed member's duties that violates the public trust. That is what he is being brought before the board about. Goes on to read, prior to such administrative suspension, the department shall provide the uniformed member notice of an underlying factual basis for the administrative suspension. After such notice, the colonel or the colonel's designee shall hold a departmental hearing at which the uniformed member shall have an opportunity to respond to the allegations. So this is a procedure, it's a process that they have to go through before they can fire, terminate, suspend, strip a Massachusetts State Police trooper employee from their duties. Following the departmental hearing and upon finding that there are reasonable grounds for such administrative suspension without pay, the colonel may administratively suspend without pay such uniformed member immediately. Well, that's what they did because he's been suspended without pay since July 22nd. Almost 6 months ago, 5 months and change. The administrative suspension without pay shall not be appealable under sections 41 to 45, inclusive of chapter 31, Provided, however, that the administrative suspension without pay may be appealed as provided in Section 43. A uniformed member who is administratively suspended without pay, pursuant to this section, may seek review by the colonel or the colonel's designee of the administrative suspension without pay after 1 year from the date of the administrative suspension and every year thereafter or sooner if the uniformed member can demonstrate a material change in circumstances. The decision of the colonel or their colonel's designee after such review may be appealed under said sections 41 to 45, inclusive of said chapter 31. So he's already been suspended without pay. And then they're referring us here. Upon a finding that there are reasonable grounds for discipline, the colonel for the Massachusetts State Police may immediately impose permanent discipline. And they're forwarding us to section C, which is here. Notwithstanding subsection A, the colonel may impose on a uniformed member who has served at least 1 year any permanent discipline that does not involve a suspension of pay, loss of accrued vacation time, loss of rank or seniority, or termination without provision for a trial by a trial board under subsection A. So that's what's happening. They're doing this trial in front of the trial board on January 15th. I don't know where they hold these trials. I don't know if anybody out there in the chat knows, but this is scheduled to be held a week from Wednesday, the 15th. I lost my place. Prior to imposing such discipline, the department shall provide the uniform member notice of and the underlying factual basis for the discipline. After such notice, the colonel or the colonel's designee shall hold a departmental hearing at which the uniform member shall have an opportunity to respond to the allegations. Following the departmental hearing and upon a finding that there are reasonable grounds for discipline, the colonel may impose such discipline immediately. An order imposing discipline pursuant to this subsection shall not be appealable under subsections 41 to 45, inclusive of chapter 31, provided, however, that such order may be appealed as provided in section 43. Let's see what it, if it's a post, it will be via Zoom. Is it open to the public? I'm curious about that. I thought these things were, I mean, my guess was that they were held in secrecy, but that is interesting. I would think that these things would be held in secret, but I don't know. We'll see how tough they are on Proctor, says Catherine Frazier. Thanks for being here for 6 months. And thanks, Sheila, for gifting a membership. That's very kind and generous of you as well. Let's see what you guys have to say about this. Zach from the UK says, I hope they do the right thing, but I'm not holding my breath as everything to do with this case is so corrupt. It's a good time to point out my viewers' opinions are their opinions and their opinions alone and do not necessarily reflect my opinions. Lois Lane says, I bet they will do by Zoom in a closed meeting. Hello, CPU Mod 1. Shouldn't there be some sort of law if you're an officer of the law that when you're on the stand that you're in uniform? No, in fact, the judge in this case said they were not allowed to wear uniforms. That varies depending on the jurisdiction. We watch lots of trials in other states where they come to the stand in their uniforms. So judge's discretion, as she likes to remind everyone. Yes. Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the way it works in Massachusetts anyway. It's up to the it's up to the jurisdiction and the judge. Scott says if he's facing administrative charges only, he may take a big suspension and loss of vacation days, but keep his job. It'll be interesting to see. Mass Dad, thanks for coming in, says trials are held at MSP headquarters in Framingham. Sometimes the troopers attend virtually. But are they open to the public? Mass Dad, that's what I'm wondering. Debbie Blair says, I can't imagine Lizzie staying with him after he had to read those horrible messages aloud in court. I have no idea what the status of their relationship is. To be honest, I really don't know anything about the housewives of Canton nor the spouses of the percipient witnesses and law enforcement witnesses involved in this case. Let me just see if there's anything interesting in section 43 that has to do with the appeals. And then let's go back and take a look at some of his testimony, because you may not remember how horrific it really was. Not just about his text messages, but so many other things. I think we were so blown away by his text messages that we heard about in the opening that it was hard to see some of the other stuff that he talked about and how egregious some of the other behavior that he had during the trial was. Let's see, section 43 has to do with the appeals process. Let's take a look. Persons affected by orders of department and appeals. Any person affected by an order of the department or of division of or officer thereof may, within such time as the colonel may fix, which shall not be less than 10 days after notice of such order, appeal to the colonel, who shall thereupon grant a hearing, and after such hearing, the colonel may amend, suspend, or revoke such order. Any person aggrieved by an order approved by the colonel may appeal to the Superior Court, provided that such appeal is taken within 15 days from the date when such order is approved or made. The Superior Court shall have jurisdiction in equity upon such appeal to annul such order if found to exceed the authority of the department, or upon petition of the colonel to enforce all valid orders issued by the department. Nothing herein contained shall be construed to deprive any person of the right to pursue any other lawful remedy. So this gives strict timelines with regard to appealing the order. And it also gives an alternative remedy that instead of appealing to the colonel, you can also go into Superior Court and appeal it there. And that is what goes on with that administrative proceeding. In case you didn't know, now you know. The new colonel is Jeff Noble. That's right. He replaced Colonel Maughan, right? Isn't Jeff Noble a Jersey guy? So I don't know anything about Jeff Noble. I'm a New Yorker. I practiced in New York. I'm not a Massachusetts attorney, which is the reason that I'm able to speak freely about this case, because I don't have to go in front of these judges. And I can't get pulled over in Massachusetts. So there's that. Massdad says if he appeals to Superior Court, it would be at Suffolk County, not Norfolk. Christopher reminds us, people don't talk about enough how him and Kevin Albert got so drunk, Proctor had to help him find his gun badge the next day. Yep. Remember that? It was like, dude, where's my car? Let's go back. Let's go back in time. Come with me back in time, if you will. The first day that he was on the stand was June 10th, 2024. I'm going to go back in my calendar. So June 10th was a Monday. And it was in the middle of cross. They broke after court was over on the 10th. And for some reason, there was no court on the 11th. I don't remember if it was a scheduled day off. I think it was a scheduled day off. Which means that Michael Proctor had a whole extra day off to think about his testimony and what it would be on cross on Wednesday. So I know everyone's going to have PTSD from this, but I think it's something that we really need to do. So let's go back. Lally is very impossible to understand on direct, so I'm not even going to do the direct. We're just going to go straight to cross. Let me just find my spot here. And we can also, now that we know that all the sidebars are going to be transcribed, we can look at the objection, try to figure out what they discussed at sidebar. and whether there's going to be grounds for motions in limine on some of these things, lemonade as we call them. All right, here we go. All the way back to June 10th of 2024. Get ready. Buckle up, buttercups. This was rough. I'm going to put the captions on. Do not rely on them because, oh, they don't have captions on this one. Just let me know if the volume's okay. Because I can lower my own volume. Hold on. I'll put a banner up. It's going to be scrolling along the bottom for anybody.
You are unmuted. All right.
Late
So
coming
just
in.
before you start then, so
They want to know who this is and where this is from. It's going to be scrolling along the bottom. You can just direct them there. Thank you.
we'll finish it for, we're trying to figure out the schedule this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right.
Full days in Norfolk
Mr. Jackson,
Superior in the courtroom of Judge Beverly Cannoni. Full days are only until 4 o'clock. It's wild. Here we go. This is Michael Proctor's Cross by Alan Jackson on June 10th, 2024. I may speed it up just a little because there's a lot of it. If you think it's too fast, let me know.
Go right ahead.
Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone.
I'm sorry. I just have to take it back because this is the very beginning of Cross, and this was the date that we were looking for the other day. The date when he was looking through Karen Reed's cell phone by himself. And since there's no captioning on this, I just missed it. So can you guys hear it okay without the captions?
Specifically, Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th,
August 17th.
you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Bukhenik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kaczkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Bukhenik are your supervisors.
Yes.
Remind me what happened with Fanning. Wasn't Fanning under internal affairs investigation and his was dismissed or something? Was he rehomed too? These guys are all kind of blending together. So he's got a group message going with DeChico, who testified during Karen Reed's first trial. Fanning, who also testified, he had some sort of ramifications, but not really. Bukhenik, who I think they took away maybe 5 days of his accrued vacation. And he probably has like how many days, like 300 accrued days, like who knows? Little slap on the hand there for him. Trooper Moore and Trooper Kakowski, who I don't think we heard much about. Yeah, was dismissed. Fanning was the court cop, right? Apparently he was also in charge of the jury, allegedly, too, right? Yeah, Fanning was allegedly overseeing the jury during this case. And I think his was just dismissed. Found no wrongdoing. Nope, no wrongdoing. He didn't discipline Proctor after this, but he was in receipt of those messages. But I think he said he was on vacation or something, so he didn't really get the messages and listen to what the messages said.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh yeah, here's where he talks about how he hates Unetti.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
Okay, what just happened? Oh, don't you tell me they're going to give me an all snap. Hold on. Okay, so I guess this is a surprise to Proctor because these were provided by the feds. This is part of the stuff that the feds dumped on both sides pursuant to the TUI process. 3,074 pages in which Laura McLaughlin, one of the assistant district attorneys, said to the court that she reviewed everything and that there was nothing exculpatory in this information. Well, this was part of it. I don't know, I just kind of blacked out there, but
I ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Bukhenik?
Yes.
I've asked that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
of course there's an objection.
Have that, please?
Of course there's an objection, Your Honor, because it's terrible for my case. It's terrible for my case. So here's a sidebar for this. Let's see what happens when they come back from this sidebar. Now, remember that Lally had all this information because it was in the TUI dump from the Fed, so he should have prepped Proctor on this.
Ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
Thanks.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DiCicco had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this part up briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Unetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you referred to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Unetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Unetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her.
No, not at all. That's her right.
It's amazing to me, going back and watching this again. First of all, how angry this whole thing makes me. Second of all, how, the jurors weren't just like, that's it. That's it. Like, I'm done. I'm done. Like, this guy is so, has zero credibility. The way, watch when they show him how he looks over to the jury, to see if they're buying what he's selling. I don't know like who gave him his like testimony training, but the fact that Proctor never like flew off the handle and he was very calm and is wild to me. But he does maintain his composure, and yet the things that are being talked about are so revolting, and he has like zero reaction to it. There's no real remorse. There's no real apology. There's no real, any recognition that he was absolutely unbecoming, at the very least, of an officer. It's insanity to me.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I used absolutely.
I don't know if I used absolutely.
I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
I'm sorry, what did he say? Because, Lally, how do you feel about him now? Wait.
For him now.
Correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I think he said, I still don't care for him. No.
I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on
Listen.
Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except Trooper Proctor.
Okay. He is so, I feel like I already need a shower, and I've only watched 5 minutes of this testimony. If there's anybody out there who is in the camp of, we need to hang Karen Reed in town square and burn her like a witch because she is so guilty, that can defend this man's behavior and his investigation of the murder of a Boston police officer, who can just say there and say, oh, no big deal. Yeah, what he did was unprofessional, but he did it on his own private cell phone, and they never should have been able to get a hold of that anyway. So no big whoop. Oh, hold on. I just have to go back. What were you looking for? The answer was, I was looking for nudes. But no, he's not going to say that. He's going to look at the jury, try and smarm his way out of this, like the narcissistic prick that he is, as if there's nothing wrong about what he did.
To looking through Karen Reed's phone.
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses. Did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
It did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
No
You
nudes.
said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I
correct?
said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Mm-hmm. You know what I want to know?
So this is a citizen.
He also went through Brian Walsh's phone. Brian Walsh is in the same county, was in front of Judge Cannoni as well. It's been since transferred to another judge, although she's held on to the Karen Reed case. Brian Walsh is accused of dismembering his beautiful wife, Anna Walsh, and distributing her body parts in trash bags and dumpsters all through the county and town. Brian Walsh's phone was seized. His devices were seized. They were extracted. They were returned to him within 24 hours. And I wonder if it's going to come out that Michael Proctor, since he was in charge of that investigation too, was also looking for nudes on either Anna Walsh's phone or Brian Walsh's devices and phones. Because if it does come out, that's perjury statement number 1.
Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Ms. Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got
To another attorney on January 29th. That's a lie. It's a lie. You know why it's a lie? Because she didn't contact an attorney until after they seized her phone. He's claiming he came across a text message from her to an attorney, and so he stopped because he knows now that there's attorney-client privileged information on that phone and that they may need a taint team. Do you really believe that he stopped? Do you really believe that he stopped? Dana, I think they may have had a search warrant for the phone because remember, this was by August of 2022. I started another question here. Where'd it go? Oh, here. Dana loves Zumba. Says, I don't think he was actually looking through her phone for nudes. He said that to his buddies as a joke. I absolutely 100% think. I will take a poll. If you actually think he was looking for nudes, put a Y in the chat for yes. If you don't think he was really looking for nudes and it was just a joke, put an N in the chat. However, he shouldn't have been looking through it yet, says Dana. I think they did already have a search warrant for it. Maybe wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know. But we do know that they applied for a search warrant back on something like February 2nd. And in his probable cause affidavit to the judge who signed the search warrant to search the phone, he lied and said that he seized the phone around 5:30 on January 29th. We know that's a lie because of the surveillance footage at Karen's parents' house, which indicate that her vehicle was going up on the tow truck around 4:16 p.m. A lot of people do believe that he was actually looking for phones, for nudes. I believe that it's probably not the only time too. My personal opinion.
sidetracked before you get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
That's the narrative. That is the narrative that they wanted to spin out there. The narrative that they wanted to spin. And the reason that he said that on the stand is because there was some rumor going around that he found a text message from Karen to her attorney. I think it was Yannetti, saying that she did it. saying that she hit John with her car. That was the narrative that they wanted to spin. And if you watch these witnesses, you can see what they're doing. They have a script. They're sticking 1210 comes up a lot during the course of this trial. 1210, 1210, 1210. Colin left at 1210, 1210. Everything happened at 1210. Everyone knows 1210. And he had to get that in there. Did you hear it? It was like he had to get it in. I saw a text message between her and why would she be texting with David Yannetti? She hadn't even hired him yet. And assuming she called him to hire him that day for a DUI, which is what she said she did, and just found him. She Googled for his information or something. How would she be? She would already have his cell phone number and she would be able to text him? Makes no sense. He just had to get it out there to get with the Twittiot narrative.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
He never was
Either-
reprimanded. He never was reprimanded. Fanning didn't reprimand him. That's why he was sort of like given a slap on the wrist, maybe a couple days off were taken away from him.
Trooper Fanning or Trooper Bukhenik dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation. Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of
He got in
fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Bukhenik, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Bukhenik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
Liked it.
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
He's so
May I
obstinate.
approach?
Yes.
He's
I don't know
so
if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Bukhenik liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
Sergeant Bukhenik liked it.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Bukhenik?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone.
Mhm.
I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Lally objects every time he thinks something's going to hurt his
Trooper
case.
Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in the Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In this case, nobody else was ever a suspect. No other suspects were ever investigated. This makes the Richard Allen trial look like Candyland, because at least in the Richard Allen trial, in Delphi, at least they kind of investigated some other suspects. Kind of. They didn't ever investigate anybody else in the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. Not once, not ever.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Jackson, why don't we end it for today? Because I really need to get to wherever I'm going, because I'm off tomorrow. So, did you see the sigh of relief that Trooper, now Proctor gets to rest for a whole entire day because he had the next day off to regroup. He's not supposed to be prepped by Mr. Lally or anybody from the district attorney's office while he's still under oath and still actively on the stand, which he is. And I'd be interested to know whether anybody prepped him, because that would be a complete violation. But look how relieved he looks when she says, okay, we're going to break for the day.
Most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same 3 cautions, please do not.
Yeah. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Hold on. Let's see if there's anything more interesting at the end of this. They just went to sidebar for scheduling. At the beginning of this day, there was a juror that was also dismissed, and I don't know the reason for it. I don't know that we will ever know the reason for it. All right, so that was trial date number 22. I got to go to trial date number 23, which, remember, they had a day off in between. Oh, that's part 2. Hang on. Anybody miss the fan? Anybody miss the fan? Tell me the truth. Do you miss the fan? Hi, Lady Zelda Kelly. Thanks for the 10. Says Happy New Year to you and yours. Thanks so much for all you do for us. Oh, thanks so much for watching. Thank you so much. Christine Mitchell, do you think the Proctor's second family will be there to support him? I know, we'll see. He's going to get into that as well on day 2. Mrs. Bucket, thank you for the super chat. Thanks, Mail and Chat. Long day. See you on replay. Okay. See you, Mrs. Bucket. Have a nice day. Life of Shy, thanks for your super chat. Proctor wishes his wife would hold a candle to Karen. Thank you for that. Cheyenne Brown, thanks for the 5. I wonder, excited AJ and David Dinetti, how excited AJ and David Dinetti are to question these people again. I am here for it. Thanks, Cheyenne. Thanks for your super chat. Just a girl from Fall River. That's a good name. Thanks for the 5. He was looking through location data. Wasn't there a problem with data being deleted on Karen's phone? Yep, it was all deleted, according to Richard Green, the expert, in April of 2022. Thanks, Moon Goddess, for gifting a membership, and to whoever was gifted. Welcome. And Joseph Kane also gifted a membership. Thank you, Joseph. And Moon Goddess, you guys are awesome. Thank you so very, very, very much. Let's go now to after the daybreak. Some more cross-examination by Alan Jackson.
Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Great. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected or not? Everyone said yes and not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Yes. Everyone said yes and not affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case. You may know why, but
Yeah, so this was the day that the first juror, I think this was the first juror to be excused. And she just says it was a personal thing.
My job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. Yeah. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right.
Hi, T is for T. Nobody's taken over this case. Judge Bev has been specially assigned. Judge Cannoni has been specially assigned to continue handling this case. Phoebe says, regardless of a warrant, he had no right to be going through her phone in the first place. It wasn't for him to do.
All right. With that, can we bring the witness in, please?
Temperature of the court during the case now warrants you to culture.
Yes, sir.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with base stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
Of course there is. There's an objection.
One more matter of May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Letter O's by Better O's reminding us that remember Fanning told Judge Cannoni there was a video evidence of a juror speaking about the case at a bar. The judge never asked for proof, just let her go. That's when this was, right?
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamps number. Base stamp 20. It's 20.
Get through this. Volume is way better on this one.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this
Private.
includes 9 participants, 9.
Hear how he says private? It's a private text thread. Like he's annoyed that they even were able to get it. But the feds can get whatever they want. They don't need subpoenas. They don't need permission from a judge. They're the feds. They can get it. He's annoyed. These are private. They were never supposed to see the light of day. But Lally knows about them, and therefore Proctor knows about them too, because Proctor was prepped by Lally.
chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all,
Chip. Remember his nickname is Chip, and his nickname is also Bear. They refer to him as Chip and Bear. Isn't that cute? This was January 29th of 2022, the same day that Officer John O'Keefe's body was found at around 6 a.m. This is at 10:52 p.m. He's already texting with his high school buddies and his middle school buddies in his private text messages.
you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it was 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had
Okay. The fact that he avoids every single question and will not answer one ducking question in a straight fashion should make the jury hate him even more. He can't answer a question. He's being semantic. Is it turning anybody else off? Or do you think that people on the jury are sitting there saying, oh yeah, this is reasonable. What he's doing, what he's saying. Yeah, my freeze game is on point right now. What does ASAP mean? He can't even answer that. They wanted answers? Yeah, they wanted answers. But that's not the way he answers the damn question. Listen.
I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Of course. That's what he meant.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe.
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner was a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded.
He's going to fight every single answer. And to me, it makes him look 100 times worse. I think if he just said yes, 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 it would maybe a lot of it would have gone over the jury's heads. They were allowed to take notes, so they were taking notes. But instead, he's got to fight every single question, every single answer, and I think it makes him look worse.
Did your answer, nope. The homeowners at Boston Cop 2 was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston Cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get.
To my satisfaction and to the members of my unit. See how he's got to keep throwing stuff in. See how well scripted he is? And he keeps looking at the jury, like trying to convince them that he's a stand-up guy and a great cop. And he knew he had this case solved within 16, not just him, though, his whole entire unit.
Finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Also speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
So just to, in case you're keeping score, by 10:52 p.m. on January 29th, the day of Officer John O'Keefe's murder, the only witnesses that he personally spoke to were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, and he interviewed them at Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe's house. We're not even really sure if he separated them. There was some talk that Brian Albert was sitting upstairs in Jen McCabe's bedroom, but you tell me if you think that's true. Because would you let your brother-in-law go sit in your bedroom upstairs while you're being interviewed by Chip the bear?
It's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Can someone explain to me what waffled means? Because I've never heard that term before, and I still don't know what it means. I don't know if he clarifies it here, but she waffled him.
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, no. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, one shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight piece is underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you in your
Oh, but he wants to give an explanation, doesn't he? The broken taillight piece is found underneath the snow. Funny because there's no pictures of that. There's a picture of one piece of taillight found on top of a giant pile of snow. One sneaker being at the hospital, one sneaker being found at the scene. Because what he wants you to, and everyone in the world to believe, is that the Canton PD are incompetent. Canton PD were first on the scene around 6, whenever they started arriving, 6:10 in the morning. The sun was coming up. They cleared the scene, I think, around 7:50 a.m. when it would have been daylight. They didn't find any red pieces of taillight, even though they ran home and got a snowblower. They didn't find a black sneaker against the curb, and there really hadn't been that much snow at that time, because the majority of the snow didn't begin to fall until later in the day. When your people, or the CERT team anyway, started finding pieces of taillight, there was something like another 12 inches or so of snow that had fallen. But apparently the Canton PD is incompetent because they couldn't find that sneaker that was right up against the curb. They couldn't find all those red pieces of taillight, but they did find a broken clear cocktail glass, right? Let's hear what the question was and what he decided to add to his answer while he looks at the jury. If you're not looking at the screen because you're working or shopping, just come and look at the screen for this, because this is just classic.
January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
You had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you? That's the question. The answer is yes or no. But that's not what he's going to answer.
Yes, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight piece is underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you in your mind have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes or no?
He's going to answer the
Okay, listen. This is important. This is important. We may have, I don't know, glazed over this the first time, and we're on 1.25 speed. So this is important. I'm going to slow it down. Because here's what he says. You thought this was a beating, didn't you? Proctor says, the way it was given to me. Listen.
That this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question.
No.
If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question.
No, Your Honor, because direct the witness to answer the question, Your Honor. He's not just allowed to respond. This is cross. I want to hear the question again.
Correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death.
You were under the impression that this was a beating death. That's a yes or no question.
He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
He's going to answer the question.
No.
If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
You mean the guy who looked like he went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson? Whose skull was fractured and shattered in many places, who had brain bleeds in several portions of his brain, who had temporal injuries on both sides with brain bleeds, a fractured skull, what looked like dog bites all over his right arm. To you, that looked like he had been hit by a car.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Bukhenik believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death. Correct?
Correct.
Ah,
So when you just said,
that's what you thought you had. A physical altercation leading to a death. Yes. I would have left it there, but he goes on.
initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember recently in court, Brennan getting up there on a soapbox and talking about how the injuries sustained by John O'Keefe, he could have been saved. He could have been saved if he was found earlier. And I don't recall if he said something like there were no other injuries to his face that indicated that he had been in a fight. Listen to what he just said, where the cuts were on his face. I don't remember if it was Brennan that said that or someone else. So don't correct me if you think if I need correcting nicely. But Brennan did say that in open court, that if he was found earlier, he could have survived those injuries, right? So listen to the other injuries on the face besides the 2 black eyes, besides the fracture to the back of the skull with the 2-inch laceration to the back of his skull. Listen, Brennan did say it. Thanks, Lisa.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained. Trooper Proctor, how many physical altercations have you responded to in the course of your however long career as a Massachusetts State Police Trooper? How many physical altercations have you responded to the scene of? Have you ever seen a victim of a physical altercation before? What do those altercation injuries look like to you? Based on all of the altercations that you've responded to, I think he's qualified to make that determination. You know why? Because Yuri Bukhenik got on the stand and this judge allowed him to testify about the injuries that he observed on John O'Keefe. So why are we not going to let this question stand? Let's hear it again. Of course it's sustained.
The neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, it does look a lot like a physical altercation. I think that's a perfectly acceptable question. We are in the twilight zone.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
Chippy bear.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises?
Oh, he's going to try and get his way out of this one.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
Really? Only?
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Why?
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm. Right.
0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
While he's looking for his answer in the pages in front of him, Pebble says, is a law enforcement officer allowed to give details of an ongoing investigation to his friends? I don't think he's supposed to. Is this not a violation? Does anyone know what the rules are overall? It's improper. I would imagine. I mean, the fact that this is going, and then he's going to talk to his sister about it too. And he's going to talk to his sister about his interview with Julie Albert. And he's going to tell his sister all the time, all the things that are going on with this investigation. It only gets worse from here.
I do, sir. Yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back. I'm sorry. Can I have a moment?
Yeah, that's what I meant, Scott. An administrative violation.
I see where you're at, sir.
You know, the
How did you
oath
get in
and
that
stuff.
text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Mm.
Now,
Remember someone else
if we could turn
testified that they were only recused with regard to witness statements? Remember that? Because for those of you who don't know, Canton Police Department, one of the police officers at Canton PD at the time was a man named Kevin Albert, who is the brother of homeowner Brian Albert, who's another brother of Chris Albert, who's the father of Colin, married to Julie, who's also now a town selectman in Canton. I think there were six Albert boys growing up, and boy, they were pretty popular in the town, right?
to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote
There will be some serious charges brought on the girl. This is by, when was this conversation started? 10:52 p.m. on the day that Officer John O'Keefe's body was found. There will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 20th.
Look at Karen's face and look at David United's face. Come back to the screen for a moment, my friends. If you're driving, keep driving. Just come back to this portion later. Take a look at Karen's face. Take a look at David United's expression. And listen to this smarmy SOB. Try and weasel his way out of this one.
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
All the evidence led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, except for John O'Keefe's body, which looked like it had been in a physical altercation. Like somebody beat the bejesus out of him. We're all in on the same joke, right?
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter.
On a Saturday? Wait, are we supposed to feel bad because he went to work on a Saturday? Wait, did you just hear that part? We investigated this case on a Saturday. The hell does that mean? Hold on. Let's go back a second.
Me, if the homeowner's a cop.
Cut and dry, since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there, correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn, correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
I can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051,
Was it his own comment or someone else's? Hold on. Forgot how mad this makes me.
51 was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn, correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
I
Doesn't
can't
know
speak
what he
to
was
the
thinking.
mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From
Oh,
all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The
that's not an account. Discovering taillight pieces at the scene is not an account. An account is a witness statement, sir. Trooper. What? Because Jennifer McCabe said, she said to you, I hit him. I think, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Because that's what your duck and report says. So that was the only account that you had. Look at, he tries to look at the jury again.
Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
that's-
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators that interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, Yet she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
Mm-hmm.
No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
Mm-hmm.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
0 chance.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Oh,
0 chance she skates. She's fucked,
Beep.
right?
Correct.
YouTuber doesn't like those words. I have to believe
You
him
decided on the
sometimes.
29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Yep.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in.
Simple question.
Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
This is a
Correct.
great
The chick.
point. This is a great point that K-Wags brings up here. He had never met Karen Reed before. No, he did actually. He actually did because he went to Dighton, right? When he seized her car and he seized her phone. So that would have been after. So yeah, he did. He actually did meet her that day. Or was his opinion based on what people told him that day? He actually did.
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
Not Chief Berkowitz.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Oh, here we
Trooper
go.
Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Okay. You guys have all seen this part before, right?
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
That's what I want to
Yes.
know.
That's
This
what
is
you were
interesting,
referring
Kate,
to about-
right? How did he know about her health? How did he know about her health problems? How did he know that she had Crohn's and that she had like her entire colon removed and she had something like 10 surgeries over the course of 18 months when she was younger? How did he know all that? I want to know. And there's going to be an objection to it. They're going to go to sidebar and we're never going to know how he knew. But that's a great question, Kate, because I have the same question too.
Miss Reed?
Yes.
and you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
He heard it from the 3 people he interviewed. That's what I think too, now that I think of it.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Then
Were
where
you
did
aware
you
that
get
she
your
had
information?
serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered, that she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sir.
Lori has Crohn's, and she says, I have Crohn's disease. Everyone who has ever come in contact with me, I'm pretty sure knows. Thank you for sharing that with us. Maybe you can shed a little light onto the fact that when people out there, twidiots specifically, are saying, if she had to go to the bathroom, why didn't she just go inside their house at 34 Fairview and go to the bathroom inside their house? People that I know that have Crohn's want to be in their own bathroom. They don't want to go into someone else's bathroom. And I can completely understand why she would want to go back to One Meadows to use the bathroom. I don't think that's really a hard concept to grasp, that a lot of people out there seem to have a hard time understanding that.
I'm sorry.
Not
You
now.
decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot,
Come back to this.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same day, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote nothing, writing a warrant. Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?"
Nice. Nice.
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
So here's what the objection, talking about her medical conditions. And then his buddy says something back. Now they're going to sidebar. Somebody asked, do you think we're ever going to see the sidebars? I don't think we're going to see them. Great question, Danny B. I don't think we're going to see them unless somebody quotes them in their motions in lemonade or in another motion. Maybe after the trial's over, they'll be released as part of the court record. But I don't think we're going to see them at any time en masse, like filed with the court, and be able to access them just yet. But great question. So this objection has something to do with his buddy's response.
Without
that-
reference to-
Take that down.
Take it down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, again, she's going to really make sure. She's going to really make sure. Because the jury might have already seen it. It might have already been up on the screen. Now she's going to get mad at Craig Bates, our friend with the little tiny desk. This is, okay, here we go.
That your words used in Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday,
Yeah, we're going to get to that.
you
Don't worry.
indicated that your conduct
It's really unfortunate that everyone focuses on Proctor's text, but what about the improper investigation? That's why we're going to get through this part of it, and then it's going to get to how improper the investigation was, because that's where the meat of this really is. Even though this is shocking, notice that this is the way Alan Jackson decided to lead off with the cross and talk about all this stuff first, because I would imagine that his thinking is, let's turn the jury off to this guy so much based on his behavior and his text messages and his revolting bias towards this defendant, which is obvious from the same day that John O'Keefe's body was found, that everything that comes after this is just par for the course with this guy, right?
in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
You know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
He had an answer for that.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Juvenile and regrettable. That's
When
one
you
way
say
of
that
putting it.
juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
Listen,
For those text,
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
mhm.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
That would be the federal grand jury. February of 2024, the federal grand jury, which they were not allowed to mention during this trial because of a pretrial ruling. They had to call it just another proceeding. They couldn't let the jury know that there was a federal investigation of this investigation.
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know.
I forgot about this, and I was watching this last night, and I could not believe the way that he is now twisting this. If you haven't watched, I have an entire pretrial playlist where we went over the motion to throw out the indictment based on misrepresentations to the original grand jury, the state grand jury, and how he denied having any relationship with anybody involved in this case. And then when it came to the federal grand jury, I think he probably knew that they knew that he really did have a relationship with the Alberts, because there was a post, I think, by somebody on Facebook that said, here's a picture of my second family. That they're going to get to that, and also the drinking with Kevin Albert. Him and Kevin Albert were drinking buddies. His sister, best friends with Julie. So now he knows he's ducked. And now he's got an excuse for it about what he said to the federal grand jury.
Proceeding
Listen.
on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Such a liar.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand?
Remember, it was February of 2024. This is June 10th. So it was about 4 months ago. Really, Trooper? You don't remember what you said to the federal grand jury about who you knew with regard to the Alberts and the McCabes? Because now you just admitted that you knew Chris and you knew Julie and you knew Colin.
Jury minutes.
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
It was his mother who said, "My second family." All right. Thanks, Gene.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ah, that's right, Mal. Oh, my have
Did
is
you review that and look up when you finished?
All right. The truth never changes, says Cynthia. Sua sponte, is the reasoning for the objections ever defined? No, not according to this judge. She doesn't allow them to state grounds. That way it preserves all grounds for appeal. Weird Massachusetts judicial discretion rule. Here in New York, when you say objection, the judge will wait for you to state your grounds. This is weird. It's Massachusetts. Welcome to the upside down Twilight Zone world. Thanks, Sua sponte.
There you are.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Of course, Lally has to approach. Is this the one that's kind of long? Let's see, 54 minutes, 55.
You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony.
She just totally ignored Lally's objection. Did you hear that? Like, she totally didn't even address it. You may recall, you may not recall. Maybe you don't recall. Lynn Beeland was the second, like Marcy's right hand. She has since left skid marks and left that office, as has David Traub, the former PR guy for the district attorney's office, as have several other people running away from Marcy and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. There was a mass exodus. Lynn Beeland was one of them. She beelined it out of there.
That you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabes. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabes. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabes. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
You see this?
So you do
So
know
ask-
the
See what
Alberts.
he's doing
Correct.
here? Do you see? He's infuriating. He's infuriating. He is trying to justify his lies. He is trying to justify these lies. This should outrage you. He is not going to be disciplined for his text messages. He is going to be disciplined for his lies, for lying that he had any personal relationships with the witnesses in this case. He never should have touched it. And he was the lead investigator. He was the lead investigator. His superiors were Bukhenik and Tully. But he was the lead investigator until trial, when he was demoted to something like case investigator or customer service rep, because by that time the feds were into this deep. And then he was under internal affairs investigation. And so when this trial happened, he was already in hot water. But they couldn't not call him because he was the lead investigator. Although Bukhenik got on the stand and tried to say how he was really in charge. Bukhenik was really in charge. You know, that Proctor was, you know, everything we did together. They were trying to distance Proctor so much from this investigation because of all of this stuff. But they couldn't do it.
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Julie and
Correct, and
Chris,
Colin.
who happened to be the parents of Colin Albert. Julie and Chris happened to be the parents of Colin Albert. Julie and Chris, hold on, because, you know, we're the ones who called John O'Keefe Nevercracker. They were the ones who called him the get off my lawn guy. They were the ones who sent him taunting pictures when he was in Aruba of them on his lawn because he didn't like people on his lawn. Hang on a second, because I got to pull something up now because we like receipts here. You're gonna have to find it while we're looking, but in the original statement of Chris Albert that was taken by Proctor, it says that Julie and Chris followed back to 34 Fairview after the waterfall. It's the only time it's mentioned. It's never mentioned again. Chris and Julie Albert testified that they went home. Julie says she went home. She had a migraine. Chris said he went home too, and he was there when Colin came home. But in the original statement, and maybe it was just Chris Albert who said he followed back to 34 Fairview. I'm going to have to find that, but I have it somewhere.
You knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, you know, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted.
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question?
Can you believe this?
Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the
Let him
question?
have it. I'll let him
I'm s-
have it like it's a ducking putt in a match play game. It's a golf reference. I'll let him have it. You don't have to putt it out. I'll let him have it. This guy's infuriating. I'm infuriated, and I'm not even the one questioning him. You can see. Hi, Jadzia. How are you? You can hear how outraged AJ is without seeing his face. Yep. Like a gift. Right? I'll let him have it like a gift. Listen, I'll let him have it. The question was, do you know the Alberts or the McCabes? And this guy, like every narcissist that you and I both know, will cherry pick those words. He will twist them around. It is semantic. And he will never admit that he lied. But we know.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to
Lied.
say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we know the answer, don't we?
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Jurors,
They're
feel
gonna
free to
turn-
stand.
They're turning to tab 3 and they're going to approach. It's, when we were doing this trial in real time, we never got a chance to rewatch anything. I don't know how many of you have gone back and rewatched this, but it's worse the second time around. It's worse the second time around. Today I had first of all, let's say hi to Craig Bates. Let's take me off. I'm blocking our favorite. Wait, hold on. Craig Bates of the Tiny Desk, the amazing audio visual part of the team right here, who was forced to sit at this little baby desk. He came on my show one time and did an interview, and he's he's awesome. Hi, Craig, if you're out there watching, we miss you. Can't wait to see you again at the next trial. It's more infuriating the second time around. And so many people didn't watch this trial. I think maybe there's a lot of, you know what? Let's tell me this, my friends, my amazing friends out there and enemies. They're both. And Susie Costello for the $50 super sticker. Thank you, Susie. Very kind and generous of you. Love you with all of my heart. If you are new to this case and you did not watch the first trial, just put a 1 in the chat. I just want to see how many people are watching right now who are just becoming interested in this case and did not watch the first trial at all. Just put a 1 in the chat. I just would like to, and that's, just for the live chatters. I love my replay viewers, but when you guys put a 1 in the comments, I kind of forget what it was about. So look how many people. Okay. Sal, Professor Keen, Sal, 80. Okay. There's a couple. Yana did not watch the first trial. Lori L did not watch it. Dublin comes to Boston. Is giving me a Y instead of a 1. Some golf girl. I guess you got my reference, right? The reference. I'll let him have it. Todd has not watched it. Cass Meow is just like, wow. Debbie K. E says the second time around, we now know the facts. That's why it's worse today. Yup. Desert Quill, thanks for the 5, says, I still can't believe there's a second trial. I wish we could find a retired Fed to explain what could be happening with the federal investigation. Well, they work at their own pace. So remember, it took the Feds, I think, well over a year to arrest Matthew Farwell since they first started investigating, I think, the Sandra Bridgemore case. But they work on their own timeline. And according to both attorneys, they said during a conference call, Josh Levy said, in good conscience, I cannot allow this case to go to trial. Therefore, I'm going to turn over all this investigation, all of our investigative materials to you that we think are relevant to the Karen Reed case. And that's where they got all of Proctor's private text messages and other private group text messages, which if you haven't watched Matt McCabe's testimony, he looked pretty surprised by those text messages that they confronted him with, where he said to the group, including his wife, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, he said to the group, tell them the guy never went in the house. When it was discovered, I think that maybe Chris Albert was in that text message chain too, that there were some reporters in D&E Pizza. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Selma says, my nephew-in-law just died after a 27-year battle with Crohn's. I'm so sorry. He was 43. I'm so sorry. My sympathies go out to you. RIP to your nephew-in-law. I'm so sorry. So sorry for your loss. Skybell became a member. Susie Costello became a member, but I think Susie, you were already, so maybe you re-upped. Thank you so very much. And then Susie, look at that, left of 50. And he gave me a $50 super sticker. You're amazing. And Gwen, thank you so much for tuning in and for also your super sticker. All right, getting back to it. Those of you who haven't watched this trial, it's a wild. So I lost my train of thought as usual. The show that I had been prepping for you today, because tomorrow we're going to come back and we're going to watch the second part of Dr. Russell's Daubert hearing, the second part of Dr. Russell's second Daubert hearing. This is for the second trial. That's going to happen tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to come back and we're going to broadcast that live. But what I was prepping for you today was a show about Jennifer McCabe and how this case has always been about Jennifer McCabe. Jen. It's always been about Jen. Because when I went back and I looked at the appellate record for the first appeal that Karen Reed's team had to file when they were trying to get a hold of Jennifer McCabe's phone records regarding the Google search and all the things that she deleted between January 29th, early morning hours, and February 2nd. And the judge canceled that evidentiary hearing at the last minute because attorneys for Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe came into court to quash the subpoenas. I still want to go over that with you because I don't think we ever did that pretrial hearing. And she ruled from the bench on that one, and she really does. And then she made the defense team argue the Rule 17 motion the day before they were supposed to without any notice. The defense went up on appeal. It was reversed on appeal. They got a limited portion of Jennifer McCabe's records, only for January 29th. But the fact that the Commonwealth opposed that motion for the defense to obtain Jennifer McCabe's cell phone records is wild to me for a couple of reasons. The most obvious of which is that the Commonwealth does not represent Jennifer McCabe. They are not Jennifer McCabe's attorneys. They represent the Commonwealth. And shouldn't their interests lie in finding out the truth? Shouldn't they be interested in finding out whether that 227 search happened? Because if that 227 search happened at 227, Haas long to die in cold, the case against Karen Reed is over. It's over. Why did the Commonwealth oppose that motion? You notice when there was Rule 17 motions, which is for third-party discovery for not from Massachusetts or not familiar, that we recently saw before this retrial, where the Commonwealth is requesting outtakes and things from Dateline, Nightline, 2020. They want all the cutting room floor stuff. They want all the Boston 25 interview outtakes involving the Reeds, and the defense didn't oppose those motions. Why would the Commonwealth oppose a defense motion to obtain Jennifer McCabe's records? They don't represent her. It makes no sense. It's wild. True crime addicts, because Jen McAlbert runs Massachusetts. This is going all the way back to that hearing was in May of 2023. So from the very beginning of this case, The Commonwealth has been defending Jennifer McCabe. Why? Why? Scott says you didn't get the memo, Melanie. Only in Massachusetts does the DA protect the perp and not look for justice. So that's still something that I want to do with you because I want to go back to that pretrial hearing because it's wild. And go over all of Jennifer McCabe's statements that she's given since the beginning of this investigation because she never ever said in one of her 4 or 5 interviews that she gave to multiple officers on the scene and days later, she never ever said that Karen said, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. No. She said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Why are they fighting so hard to defend Jennifer McCabe? It's wild to me. But then this dropped today. So I said, all right, I'm going to pivot real quick. And now we're going to go back and look at Proctor. The feds did say 227 absolutely happened. Yep. That's right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting when Marcy's burner emails come out. It's going to be interesting. They're not after the truth. I mean, it's pretty obvious. They're not after the truth.
Is one of your best friends.
Hold on, here we go.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor, Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Dude, it comes up in the text messages. You know you did. Why you even have to be obstinate about that?
All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4.
Hank Brennan's regret coming in with a 50. Thank you so very much. It would be most helpful if we had a judge that would tell the witness to simply answer the question. This is infuriating, isn't it? Isn't it though? Have you ever seen anything like this in the history of trial watching? I'm just going to speed it up a little because there's a lot to get through and it's important. If there's a really important part, I'll slow it down. Thank you so much for your 50. It is so infuriating. Thank you, Mike, for loving this channel. Love you right back. And for also gifting memberships. Thank you, Mike.
Is triple B, as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize it as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her,
Oh, shoot.
Your Honor, may I stand?
Hold on. I got to see where I was on this. One sec. Hang on.
You were routinely disclosing to your sister just that it may have.
I hate when that happens.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
All right. Well, I find my place. Do you believe him? Jill Daniels. How is Jill Daniels related? Somebody remind me. Is Jill Daniels like the sister of? Who's she the sister of? She's sister, one of the sisters of Jennifer McCabe or Julie Albert?
Julie Albert was among them.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
Oh, here we
Who
go.
is CP in that text message? A cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
And my question, did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Julie's sister? Julie Albert's sister is Jill Daniels. Okay.
If you would turn to tab 4,
And what was this marked for ID?
this was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
I've got the sheet right here. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at pages. Chat from Julie Albert,
Based off the content of the message, I recognize this.
videos, if CP doesn't share with me with the laughing face, correct?
Correct.
So he's
That text was sent on
texting.
February 24th, 2022.
He's texting with Julie Albert a month after the death of Officer John O'Keefe. Send me some videos of you guys skiing in case your sister Courtney doesn't send me any. So outrageous.
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
We move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please. That's triple C as in Charlie.
Hi, Calla Lily.
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Love you too.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
10 days before? Did you say 10 days before John O'Keefe was killed? Why did I remember this as being after? Hold on. 10 days before John O'Keefe was killed, he was texting with his sister to have Julie Albert babysit his baby. Hold on.
19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
Wow. But
So
they
in
weren't
fact,
close.
your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
You've
Julie
hired
Albert was among them.
babysitters that you don't know?
She was an option to watch my child.
You've hired babysitters that you pick people off the street to babysit your infant? 10 days before this trial, he was considering having Julie Albert babysit his baby. And yet he told Lynn Beeland that he didn't know any of these people, but they aren't friends. They're not close. And whatever other word salad. Oh, we have a salad emoji. Members, throw some salad emojis in the chat because this is like word salad at its finest. Are you ducking kidding me?
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Good. Give it to him.
Let me ask it a different way.
It's not very long.
Yes.
February 10th. So 12 days post murder of John O'Keefe, after Karen Reed has already been indicted. Then he decides he's going to go and interview Chris and Julie Albert.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
And he wrote the report on October 12th. He did the interview on February 10th, and he wrote the report on October 12th. Everybody got that? In case you're keeping score.
Or which,
Concerning your interview with, why don't you show it to him? I may have the wrong report.
Oh, wait, maybe he has the wrong report. Although, I think it was something like that.
Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay. Yeah.
Oh, so after your interview, Julie called you on the phone?
Let's look at tab 6, please.
Mhm.
Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, how did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you
How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. This was a good time. This is a good time. I found their statement. I found the statement that he took from them, which is not evidence. Can't come into evidence, but you can get questioned about it. So listen to that. Watch this in case you don't know. Here's the this is to Detective Brian Tully from Yuri Bukhenik, and this is regarding the interviews of Julie and Chris Albert. I've redacted their address in Canton regarding the O'Keefe motor vehicle homicide in Canton. This was taken on February 10th of 2022. That's when they gave their interview. It wasn't typed up until February 21st of 2022, which is actually much sooner than many other witness statements were typed up. And here's what it reads. On February 10th, 2022, at approximately 5:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to 22, whatever their address was, in order to conduct a pre-scheduled interview of Julie and Chris Albert at their residence. Both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 28th, 2022, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. You see what that says right there? And then, oops, wait, let me get my red pen. You know how I love a red pen. And then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. Well, that's not what they testified to on the stand, did they? Both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 28th, 22, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. And then it says, the purpose of the interview was to get their recollection of events both at the bar and then from 34 Fairview Road. What? The following is a summary of information exchange between Julie, Chris, Trooper Proctor, and I. And this is Bukhenik writing this. Following formal introductions. Well, that's funny. Formal introductions because they didn't need to be introduced because 10 days before John O'Keefe's murder, Proctor was texting with Julie Albert about babysitting for his baby. And he also knew Julie and Chris Albert and Colin very well. Following formal introductions, though, they both stated it's been 4 or 5 years that they knew the victim, John O'Keefe, and only met Karen Reed once in a social setting prior to the 28th of January. Julie told us that Karen was not her friend and only an acquaintance, and that John was her friend. Okay, so John and Julie were friends. Okay. Chris told us that he had never exchanged personal information with John prior to the 28th of January. Didn't he say, though, that John came in to get pizza that day? And didn't Chris text him, are you coming out to the waterfall or something? So he had never exchanged personal information with John prior to the 28th of January. Well, that's also kind of funny because was it just Julie who was friends with John? Because didn't they text him some pictures when they were in Aruba before January 28th of them goofing on him about his lawn? And didn't they claim that John asked them to watch his house when he was away? So that's interesting too. Chris went on to say that earlier in the day, John came into D&E Pizza with his adopted son, Patrick. Chris shared with us that he had plans to go to CFs, it just says CFs, or the waterfall later on in the evening. Julie texted John that she was at Waterfall around 8:45 p.m., telling him to get down there. Get down here. At 10:41, Julie sent the last text to John, and shortly after, John and Karen walked into the bar. Julie remembered that as John and Karen walked into the bar area, Karen pulled a drink out of her jacket and sat it on the high top table. Well, interesting because this interview wasn't taken until February 10th, so everyone had plenty of time to get their stories together. Let's all say she brought a drink in from the other bar. Don't forget to say that part. And sat it onto the high top table. So much talk about high top tables. John offered to get Karen a new drink, but neither Chris nor Julie remember whether he followed through with it. Shortly after this, Julie developed a migraine and left the bar to go home. Chris stayed behind with the rest of the group for a few more drinks. Chris told us that he purchased a round of shots of Fireball whiskey for the group, but was not sure exactly who drank theirs and who did not. Chris told us John was drinking Bud Lights during the evening. Chris told us that John actually got Karen the same drink she brought in, which he assumed was vodka soda water. Chris stated that when he walked out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill, he remembers John and Karen walking in the opposite direction of his path and suspect that he walked right and the couple walked left on Washington Street. Chris recalled John being dressed in a baseball hat, gray sweatshirt, and jeans. When asked about the drink that Karen brought into the waterfall, Julie told us it was a taller, cylindrical shaped glass with a lime in it. Both Chris and Julie agreed on that Karen was not S-faced and that John is always reserved. So you can see they're being interviewed together here, right? Julie told us jokingly, John and she had a conversation about a block party since the Alberts moved away, and that he, John, was not intoxicated, and Karen was totally herself. So again, Julie's saying Karen's not drunk. According to both Julie and Chris, nothing about their behavior indicated that either one was drunk or even buzzed. Both held a conversation perfectly fine. When asked, Julie and Chris stated there were no arguments between anyone present at the bar in general, but specifically no issues between Karen and John. Julie told us that she was asleep at 4:55 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 when her phone woke her up, and it was Jen's missed call, and that is how she found out about John dying. That's interesting. Because that's not what she testified to. And that is right around the time Karen had John's niece call Jen McCabe, right? When asked, both Julie and Chris told us that John did not have any injuries to his face during the evening at the waterfall, to include tears and rips on his clothing. When asked to list everyone present at their table, Julie and Chris had mentioned everyone previously accounted for. Additionally, Chris mentioned a Greek couple that was at the end of their table. Yeah, my favorite witnesses, some of them anyway, the Kolikithises. Trooper Proctor since has positively identified the two and scheduled an interview with them. Without having any more information to provide, Trooper Proctor and I concluded our interview of Julie and Chris. We thanked them for their time and left the residence without incident. Well, that's interesting because XOXO, Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik wrote that report. It does say Julie went home with a migraine, but in the very first sentence, or where is it? Oh, here, first paragraph. Both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night of January 28th, 2022, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. Okay? It's not recorded. It's not signed by the witnesses. It's not tape recorded. It's not video recorded. It was done at their house. They weren't asked to come down to the station. There's no body cam. There's nothing other than an unsigned statement, but it is signed by Yuri. And yet, everything after that indicated that Chris Albert never went to 34 Fairview. He testified that he walked home from the waterfall, remember? Testified that he walked home, and it turns out that he lived at the time right behind the library, right? So which is it? For some reason, that's just, it's never dug into enough, I think, in my opinion. I think it's got to be dug into a bit more. Because what is it? Yuri's lying. Yuri wrote down the wrong thing. And now Chris Albert is a town selectman. Okay. Now he's an elected official. Cool. Cool, cool. Okay. Just wanted to point that out because I know you guys like receipts. Yeah. He's reporting back to his sister about his investigation. How'd it go? How'd it go with Julie? How'd it go with Julie, my bestie? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we just read the statement. So why don't we slow this down to real speed so you can see how real conflicted this may or may not be in your opinion. Oh, another discrepancy, AJ. AJK. Julie Albert said she drove Caitlin. Oh, interesting. Oh, there's no sound? Hang on. What do you mean there's no sound? Why is there no sound? Hold on. Sorry, I have to do it by tab. Okay. That's what happened. I did it by window and not
Right?
tab.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
At least I was watching the chat this time, Scott.
Matter of fact, you discussed
Sometimes
who
it
the
goes
players
on.
were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabes too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm
Thank
referring to. Okay. This point. You write
Sorry.
homicide, correct?
Homicide.
So I said 2668.
Oh, he's going to pretend he's got a waffle and find his way. Everyone, please hit the like button while we're here. I'm going to turn off the air conditioning. It's 4,548 of you amazing people here on YouTube. I only stream on one platform. I don't know how to do Twitch. I don't know how to, I don't participate in Twitter. This is it. This is what we got. So it would be so nice if you guys would hit the like button, help a girl out. Hit the subscribe button too while you're there. It's free. Thank you.
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you were now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
That's not.
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Suspicious that it may involve the Alberts. Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's what she meant. And we know
She
it.
then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Yeah,
Did
that's
you
what she
take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. You got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview him.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see how he looked to Lally for the objection? Did you see? Watch. Come back to the screen for a second, my friends. Watch this. He looks to Lally like, are you going to object? He's very experienced. He's testified a lot. I don't know if he's testified 2,000 times like Richard Green has. I don't think he's qualified to be an expert, but Proctor's been around the block. He knows. He knows that Lally's a friendly. Watch how he looks to Lally to object.
Family, friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
So
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's
really, Chip?
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Generic.
too specific.
Newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them?
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not
No, but did you go to the news and tell them that there was ring video footage of the incident? Because somebody did. Somebody in law enforcement went to one of the local Boston channels on the day of January 29th and told them law enforcement sources say that they have ring camera footage of the incident. It's still out there. You could still find it. If I had the clip, I would play it for you. Guess what never materialized? The ring camera footage of Karen hitting John with her car. Huh. Funny the way it is, if you think about it.
newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Could be
Correct.
crazy.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Right.
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have
Newsworthy.
gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this
gift.
case, correct?
Of course, the gift.
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
Page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take
And guess what day that was? That was February 2nd of 2022, 2/2/22. The same day that Karen Reed was arraigned in district court. Huh. Coincidence? I think not.
from one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one,
Get Elizabeth one what?
referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
I love his
Correct.
stormy voice.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
official people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses,
Victim?
victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
We're going to sustain that objection.
Oh,
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
you can
I
come.
asked it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can come try and convince me otherwise, Mr. Jackson. 67 phone calls they had between themselves.
Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
Okay, listen up. This is all about Colin Albert and why his name does not appear in any reports as having been at 34 Fairview at all that night, even though some other people are reported as being at 34 Fairview before the people got back from the waterfall. Some girls, listen up.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m.
12:10.
before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at,
Do you believe
obviously,
it?
part of the
First time Colin Albert's name appears in any police report is when? July of 2023? Hold on.
Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023.
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at,
So?
obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
Corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull
Happy Low. Thank you for, remember? Brian and Coco, also known as Nicole Albert, both testified that they said hello to Colin, who was waiting in the foyer of 34 Fairview when they got home. So that, Trooper Proctor, was a lie. That everyone said that Colin left before anyone got back from the waterfall. Is that what you just said?
Pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022.
They didn't interview Juliana Nagel till October 5th of 2022. And all of a sudden, some handwritten notes surfaced because didn't they ask for handwritten notes and they claimed there were none? Look at his face. He's like, you have handwritten notes? Okay. So this is from October. Hold on, in case we're keeping score. October 2022 is when he finally decides he's going to interview Juliana Nagel, the girl who was like in love with and wanted to be besties with Jennifer McCabe, and like she was going to leave and go with her brother, but then Jen came and Jen wanted her to stay, so she stayed. So there's notes from that. Listen, this is very, very important.
When they were there, right?
Right.
They pull cell tower information, right?
Okay, hold on.
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Bob, the trial is going to be happening on the 15th in front of the MSP. It'll be interesting.
Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Keep reading, Chip. Chippy. A lot of the names were spelled wrong. Boston, Mass. 781. Remember, Sarah was spelled wrong. Uh-oh. Chippy's confronted with his notes right now. It's like, oh, duck. I'm ducked. Where did you get these notes from? These notes were never supposed to see the light of day. I don't think he's having any regrets, do you? Not even one letter. Rogue Townie, you think he's having regrets? I don't know. Do, 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 do. Boy, he's looking really ducking uncomfortable. Do, 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 do.
There you go.
Yes.
Do.
Is this going to be an accurate representation or accurate copy of your notes for your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Yeah.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, sir.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true
Bingo.
that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview?
Mm-hmm.
Brian,
Listen up.
Juliana, Mary Kent,
Very good.
Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
Listen.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, You list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson.
Oh,
Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
Oh, well, was there one name left out?
there's more than one,
Break that down, Mr. Chairman.
actually.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
Do you
At the
believe
time
that?
you,
He arrived later in the, so it's you only putting on the people who were there at the start. And that is the worst explanation. He should have been better prepped for that answer. This is the worst explanation I've ever heard. Because Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, those three girls were not there when anybody came home from the waterfall. You know who was? Colin Albert. That makes no sense, right? Because Brian and Nicole ran into Colin in the foyer, right? Mm-hmm. Of course, right.
who wrote your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
I knew that was a possibility.
Oh, really? Because I think the
When
Commonwealth
you
said you
finally
didn't have
did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes,
Colin
along
Albert
with Trooper
told
Zach
you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Huh.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you
Wow. Just took them at their word. After leaving Colin off all the reports, despite having notes that Colin was in the house on October 5th of 2022 is when you got that at least from Juliana Nagel. You didn't put him on any reports. Karen Reed's charges had already been upgraded to murder by like June of 2022. And you don't even interview Colin until July of 2023. Come on, man. Anybody believe this? Why? Just ask yourselves why. Why leave him off? Why leave him off when you put in Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, three girls who nobody else mentions at all? Why? Thank you, Sarah and Shock and Horror. Love you. Have a great rest of your day.
had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability
Really? You don't know what Life 360 does? Isn't the purpose of that to track your children?
of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that?
Liar.
Oh, no.
I did not.
Let me take a look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Objection. Why?
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess. And
Is it though? Because
20 minutes.
she whipped out her phone and it's in one of the MSP reports that she pulled out her phone and used Life 360 to tell somebody that interviewed her the day of January 29th, the times of certain things, the time that she left her house to go to One Meadows, the time they arrived at One Meadows, the time that they arrived at 34 Fairview, the morning of January 20th. She whipped out her phone and gave them that information. So what they're discussing at sidebar is anybody's guess. But here's the fan. We're going to roll on through this.
Like 2-3 miles.
How about from
For some reason, we're not going to get back to that Live 360 part.
You may be seated.
Here's Jim, the court clerk.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Alley were telling the truth?
No.
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? Again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
To the woods.
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please?
Oh. Yes, right. There's so many things that I forgot
First,
about.
let me ask
too.
you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications,
Oh, Galanis, Officer
see the
Galanis.
inclusive.
Hold on, I forgot about that. I didn't remember any text messages with any Officer Galanis. Calypson's Vixen wants to know if any of the sidebar transcripts have been made public. No, I don't even think they're done transcribing them yet. They did say it would take a couple of months, even though they had a team of 3 court reporters. I don't think we're going to see them anytime soon, if ever. When, if ever, will we see them? We don't know. No, none of them have been made public, but thanks for asking. Kyle says the concept of prejudice to the Commonwealth is oxymoronic. Excellent. Thanks for the super chat. Bettero's fangirl. Thanks for coming in with the hot 10. The Commonwealth has more direct and circumstantial evidence against Jen McCabe than Karen Reed. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing. More people need to notice. Thank you. Cynthia, thank you for the 20. The SJC must obviously see the bias in the Commonwealth. I don't know if they've watched the trial. The only issue that they're deciding is whether or not the jurors reached a verdict on counts 1 and 3. Don't know if they've watched the trial, but thank you for your 20, Cynthia. Thank you, Barbara, for the $20 super sticker. You're amazingly generous and kind. Kelly said, what if Levy resigned? The Connecticut U.S. attorney is, I don't know. I don't know if Levy's going to resign or not. I don't know. I don't know nothing about nothing. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Thanks for the 5. I heard another taillight piece revealed itself last weekend. Maybe. You know who never found any taillight pieces? The people who live in 34 Fairview or any of the neighbors. Nobody else found any other taillight pieces except for officers and rest in peace, Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, who happened to be driving by there one day and found a piece. Crazy, right? Hi, Kyle. Thanks again for the 5. Another 5. I don't know these people from Adam. I have no personal stake at all. I started watching from interest. Now I'm furious and praying for Karen and John. Same here. I think there's probably a lot of people in this chat and feel the same way as you do, because she could be any one of us or anyone that you know.
Dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Right. It's crazy.
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you know.
South
In this text, you're
Africa.
asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have.
Oh, hold on. Let's read these. I don't remember these text messages. This is new. I don't know why. I mean, maybe I was otherwise engaged when we watched this. Let's say, so James Galanis is a Canton cop, which is conflicted out. So on February 18th, Galanis says to, this is by text message, Proctor, I don't know if it's private cell phone, I guess, 59, 110, 116 Dedham Street have ring cams. I'm checking the Kennedy now. Then, and this is at 1 p.m. Then Proctor says, much appreciated. Now that I think of it, does the high,
No investigative involvement.
does the high something have cameras facing the street? High school. Does the high school have cameras facing the street? And then he says, I'll ask somebody. Ensley. Okay, let's see if he reads them out. I don't know. He might not.
Involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance
cameras.
for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you had even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
Right.
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
No notes. Nope. No notes except for the ones we just confronted you with from Juliana Nagel's
As a lead
interview.
investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Hey, South Africa. Hi, Cheryl.
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
It facilitates certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that
All
right?
related.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Mhm.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxon, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Mm,
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
mhm.
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the
Lucky.
name Lucky, is that right?
Yes,
Lucky Loughran? You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
correct.
Okay. We're going to move this to regular speed. So many people, and here's the thing. A lot of people are like, I don't remember this part. You know why? Because you were so outraged by all the stuff that came before it that you might have forgotten about this. So this is going back to Lucky Loughran, the plow driver, who I found to be one of the most credible witnesses in the trial, aside from the Kolakithises. Lucky was one of my favorite witnesses. And also Trooper or Officer Barrios, who was the Dighton police officer that came when they were towing Karen's car out of Dighton. So let's go back and talk about Lucky. The only reason they went and interviewed Lucky is because Aiden Carney did it first. This is another thing that he tried to keep hidden. Barrios, right? Nick, I think his name was it Nick as well? Nicholas Barrios, right? Barrios, right. All right, listen.
Testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that
understanding?
Michael Trotter testified in this case?
He did.
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay.
Oh, nobody filled you in on Trotta's testimony. Oh, this is fantastic. They know everybody who's watching this trial at home. They forgot to tell Proctor what Trotta testified to. Hold on. I forgot this part too.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay.
Oops.
You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Don't recall.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you.
Oh, oops.
Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his statement.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll
true.
allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Simply not true. Absolutely not. That's what somebody says to you when they're lying and they want you to think they're not. They qualify it. Simply not true. Absolutely not. Peppermint, Michael Trotter is a town of Canton employee, as I recall, right? Michael Trotter, town of Canton, Department of Public Works. Yeah. If my memory serves me.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Bukhenik and I interviewed him.
Oh,
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
refresh.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
It's true.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Oh, we had to throw that in? Could be an argument inside of a vehicle? What the what? Oh, now he's getting testy? Now he just wants to volunteer information? There's no evidence that they had an argument in the vehicle. There's evidence that she left nasty voicemail messages to him after he ignored her when she went home. There's no evidence that they had an argument in the vehicle, but he just wants to toss that out there. Hold on.
A means and an opportunity to commit the crime in suspects.
Hold on.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate
Obligated?
anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime.
Motive
or the
means
offense, correct?
opportunity.
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
An argument inside of a vehicle is a motive for murder. Isn't that the same thing as lover's quarrel? But no, he had to throw that in there. What a ducking idiot.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
it.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
Is that right?
It's
Oh, he didn't think there was going to be a follow-up to that. He was not ready for that.
something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl,
What cell phone did you
have
have?
serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation,
Mhm.
you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an
He did. He had John O'Keefe's cell phone. He did, you guys. You guys, he did. He had John O'Keefe's cell phone. Remember? He had it. I've been waiting for the part where somebody said they had John O'Keefe's phone. He had John O'Keefe's phone and he was reading it and he went into it. And that's where he got that idea from. Look at his face. My freeze game is on point. He wants to phone a friend. Wow. He listened to the voicemails but I mean, I knew that he had the phone. I knew it, but I didn't know that he slipped on the sand and said that he had a phone, that he looked at the phone. He wasn't supposed to look at the phone yet, right? Playing it again. Thank you, Lois. Playing it again.
Something, evidence we have contained within cell phones
Cell phones.
reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation,
Mhm.
you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we had compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was gonna get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
He just totally slipped.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and McCabe's, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes. You got all of that from the Alberts and McCabe's. Yes. Ding, 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 ding. Thank beep, beep. Thanks, beep, beep. Beep, DD10 for the gold star. You got all that from the Alberts and McCabe's, didn't you? Yep. Take it back because we have to.
Pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and McCabe's, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Wow. Wow.
Let's talk
Just
about Brian
wow.
Higgins for a second.
That's why he
You know
hates
that
humanity.
name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people
Does.
into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He
told
showed up with
you
his
that-
attorney. I forgot that part. Hold on. Wait. I keep dropping things.
He was engaged in a
I keep dropping things and stuff. Hold on. My pen. Higgins showed up with his attorney for his interview. I think I forgot about that. On February 10th. And remember, he showed up with a whole bunch of text messages that were printed out because his friend Matt Kelch, who worked over, I think at the FBI gate, let him use the kiosk to do so. Found some interesting stuff on Matt Kelch, by the way. He testified in the Aaron Hernandez trial. Remind me about that later. Higgins showed up. Somebody said that was a pregnant pause if I've ever seen one. Not to mention that this is on. Oh, it's only on one time playback. Hold on, we can do this a little bit faster. Okay.
flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed?
He did.
He
Matter of fact,
told,
he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding was Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were
wow, it's not unusual for witnesses to be forthcoming and show up with their attorneys when they're an ATF agent because they know they might be in trouble for having extracted those messages from using FBI equipment by their friend Matt Kelch, or perhaps they may be incriminated by, as such, the flirtatious relationship and kiss that they had with the person that you're now persecuting, Karen Reed. Well, that may give him a motive. Huh. But you never, in your infinite wisdom, thought that could be a motive. Okay.
actually asked that question in a different proceeding under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Remember that text messages? That text message from Higgins to John O'Keefe? You coming here? 12:20. You coming here? Maybe she didn't like the way he said coaxing him to come here, but they're going to sidebar on this. You coming here? You are now muted. Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. Free Billy Tibbetts. Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. We are outraged.
Unmuted.
You are unmuted. Thank you, Giblet of New Hampshire. I thought we've got the time today. Let's
Thank
do
you.
this.
You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Prompting
I'll
him?
allow that one. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John.
Out of everything that he just said, that's probably the biggest tell of all. Let's hear that again. You know that Higgins had the means to commit this crime? No, I do not. Really? He's a big dude and he's an ATF agent. Probably packing. They were doing the grab ass thing in the bar, according to the video from the waterfall. The waterfall. But you're going to sit there on the stand and say you don't think he had the means to commit this crime? He had a plow. Mm-hmm.
I don't recall that one either.
Okay, listen.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
No, I
He's a
don't.
big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll
You
allow that.
wrong. You wrong.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wouldn't ask you.
They were friends, but he was trying to bang his girl. Really, dude? He comes to you with his cherry-picked messages. Asking Karen, where's this going? Oh, you know what? Will, I don't know if you're here. Glara, you and I should do a reading of the Higgins and Karen messages. We've never done that. We did the messages between Karen and John from the 28th, but we've never done the Higgins and Karen messages. Where Higgins wants to know where this is going. Where's our relationship going? I want to make sure you're not just using me. Low comps at the hillside. You don't think he had a motive? You are either the worst trooper that has ever been inducted into the Massachusetts State Police, or you're a liar. Because we know that you know how to conduct an investigation because we read the Brian Walsh documents. And you're going to sit up there with a straight face? How this jury believed anything about this investigation after hearing this ducking testimony is just, I'm at a loss for words. Listen.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
Very decorated.
Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
Now, one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Huge.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
He's a big decorated dude.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep,
He's waiting for objections that aren't
You knew
coming.
that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes,
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
He saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
We saw it too.
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
The point isn't whether or not Higgins did it. The point is, hi Kit Kat says Higgins didn't do it. They wouldn't protect him. Colin and Brian maybe did it. Higgins. That's not the point. The point is weren't there other people that had the means and the motive and the opportunity to do this, but you never looked at them? I think that's what they're trying to get out here. And he's clearly a liar, or he's the worst trooper ever, or both.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
Mm-mm.
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert?
Oh yeah, did you know that?
I was not aware of that.
The
Might have been
feds
important
were.
to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Because you've been prepped on that as well, right? You know that they were going to say, or that they already testified that they were butt dials. Oh, my freeze game is on point again. I don't know if they talked about. I don't know if anybody picked up. I don't know if it was butt dial. I don't know. I don't know what it was. That is the point. Exactly. That is the point. The point is, nobody ever thought those phone records were going to see the light of day until the feds. Until the feds. Thank you, Spirit Healing. Thank you. Trying to keep it clean, as always. Wasn't my fault what they said earlier. I tried to bleep it out.
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
Yeah. Correct. Because you just trusted the pages that he gave you. The pages.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
Remember this? Medical
She
examiner
would not
strong
rule,
arming.
at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow
Yes.
it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
Investigate. Your investigation was done by April. Are you kidding? You upgraded the charges shortly thereafter to murder. Now it's going to come out that he tried to strong arm the medical examiner, Irene Scordi-Bello, into making her change her manner of death from undetermined to homicide. For those of you who are not familiar with the manners of death contained on a death certificate, there are 5 of them. Let's see if I can remember them. Homicide, suicide, natural, accidental, and undetermined. Irene Scordi-Bello said that John McCabe, the manner of death was undetermined. I would like to know when's the last time they prosecuted a murder case in which the cause of death was undetermined. When's the last time that they did this? I'd like to know. Inquiring minds.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we
Didn't
continue
matter.
on with the investigation.
On
Investigation's
April
over.
28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico.
Oh, these are good.
Yes.
Listen up.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf.
Remember, these came from the feds. He didn't think these text messages were ever going to see the light of day. Thank you, Team Brittany, for gifting 5 memberships and for being one of my most amazing mods. I love you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
From Manor, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
Of course, it's undetermined. Then what?
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your 2 responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scortibello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack
Really?
job, but the of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Uh-huh. Well, guess what, friends? Irene Scortibello had not testified yet. He certainly doesn't want to get her ducking PO'd before her testimony, does he? So he's going to pretend he doesn't know who he's talking about? It's his favorite thing to call a woman is a whack job. Yes.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
I don't recall. Sure you don't.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased?
Wait a second. Break it down. It wasn't even
About-
compound. Hold on. Just got to make this. There's something in the way there.
The undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
Of course.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
There's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? These objections are making me crazy. I feel like I have an ice pick in my
How many
forehead.
murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know. I agree.
Wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot.
You wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it, but
ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024
oh,
At
federal
the-
grand jury.
at another proceeding.
Mhm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Never seen it. Liar. Do you see now that there is so much more to this MSP investigation that is going to be going to some sort of trial process in 9 days for this guy than his inappropriate text messages regarding Karen Reed? Do you see that how much more there is to this than just that? It's not just that.
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, and of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote.
He loves the life.
Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Mm.
Is that
that
what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
That's right, Scott. Misogynistic texts are the least
What's
of
this for
Proctor's
identification?
transgressions.
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
Yes.
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632. The face page is 2632. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind.
I know.
Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Rookie move.
Yes.
Vito DeChico. Rookie move.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's
A joke?
him busting my chops and joking with me.
Mm.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination.
Hmm.
That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job,
Hmm.
right?
With sarcasm.
Hmm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No,
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's true.
yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the matter, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true. Emmy wouldn't play ball. You're right.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge him. Is that right?
yes,
Is it even his decision?
On
to
February
charge
1st,
him?
2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
Ah, he said that to the
Right?
federal grand
Correct.
jury? Wow.
That's
Either
how you
way.
make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence,
Cooper Trooper.
Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, it's true.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebi report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As he sits here today, he's not aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted a whole bunch of stuff from her phone. Are you ducking kidding me? It's the company line, dude. You've been towing it the whole time. Are you kidding me? Wow. I mean, I don't know how many perjured statements we've already arrived at. If anybody's keeping score, let me know. 227 search happened. Thanks to the super chat. Says it's the wildest biased ever. It happened. Thank you for the super chat. Tracy says, I liked the video guy. I have never seen the CD before. Oh, that was Jutras. That was Louis Jutras that came in from, forget who he worked for, but when Lally handed him the CD of the library footage or the town footage, he said, well, that's not the thing. That's not what I looked at with you. That's fantastic. Thanks, Tracy Kimmey. Thank you for tuning in from Canada. There's no audit agency that will do the Canton audit due to nefarious time logs, overtime, certain car lot. I will put the site if Melanie will allow. You can't put links in the chat, Kimmy, but thank you. I'm not up on the Canton audit, however, so I can't really speak to that. Sue Esponte, has Officer John O'Keefe's phone been run through data extract? Oh yeah. Any deletions? I don't believe so. I don't know. There's pages and pages and pages of it. That's a better question for Olivia. I don't know if Olivia's here today, but that's a better question for Olivia. Kyle, thanks for the super chat. Worst/liar aren't mutually exclusive. Evil too. Thanks, Kyle. And then comes in again with another 5. MSP's credibility is gone. They have to crucify him to save some kind of face. There were rumblings of the governor's action. We'll see. Rumblings. Chloe Albert's revenge. Thanks for the 5. Say it again. There was no appearance of impropriety here. The impropriety actually stayed. It walked in and took a seat right next to Judge Cannoni. Chloe Albert's revenge. Thank you very much for your super chat. Just when you think he can't get any more hot under the collar, he sat there and just told you, me, and the world, and the jury, that as he sat there on this day of June 12th, 2024 on the stand, He didn't know that Jennifer McCabe had ever deleted anything from her phone before handing it in. However, Jennifer McCabe testified on the stand that I don't remember if it was Proctor who came to her house that she willingly handed it over to, but whoever it was, she asked them if it would be okay if she deleted some text messages from her kids, and they said, "Sure, God."
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that. No.
We did.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Albert's?
No.
Nobody's. Nope.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
Oh. You also never thought anybody would get
You
your
never
text.
sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
Didn't even think of it.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone abstraction on it.
It wasn't me.
I want to ask you
Shaggy
about
defense. It wasn't me. It was Garino.
another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
You can put it in that text message, NOCAT, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct.
The whole reason Canton PD is conflicted out is Kevin Albert. And then the next thing out of his mouth is, what'd you do? Oh, I contacted Kevin Albert to get me a conference room. Really? Ferndale says, breaking news, Proctor to have misconduct hearing next week. Thanks, honey. That's the first thing we covered. That's the whole purpose of the stream. That's why we're rewatching his testimony. But yes, you are correct. That was exchanged by the Commonwealth this morning. That's how we found out about it. It's going to happen next week, January 15th. We even looked at the general law regarding misconduct hearings for police officers. So hang on a sec. I'll slow it down a little bit.
Albert to see if he could secure.
You wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case. Who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you don't see anything wrong with that.
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Negraco. Yeah, I thought so. That's what I thought.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well.
Oh,
End
look
quote.
at that.
You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer.
Just,
correct?
Spinning plates
Correct.
back there. And you don't think Kevin and Brian were in contact?
What
The brothers?
investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate?
Wait, I want to take that back because, okay, so Kevin Albert says in his text message, Paul Gallagher is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him, and we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well. This is on the 30th, the day following the murder, at 11:55 a.m., which would be the Sunday, right? 29th was the Saturday. 30th is the Sunday. Kevin Albert's in on a Sunday. And then Proctor responds back, okay, great. Yuri and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter. Remember who that was? Katie. What's her name? Katie McLaughlin? Because now I'm thinking of Laura Katie McLaughlin, who went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert. Yeah, I think Kevin set that one up too. And then he said Katie in the next text message. And then I don't see what Kevin says after that. Hang on. They took it down.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, Yuri and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Yes. Like nothing's wrong with it. Like
Then
if I
you
just say
asked
yes,
Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses
the jury won't think
in order
anything's
to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Mm-hmm.
Look at page 2592. I'm sorry, Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
You can't make it up.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome.
The recorded
that?
room.
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in
Yeah.
a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room,
Great point.
those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
Ah,
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind.
Never.
wow, dude. You're so
Well, if it never crossed your mind,
unbelievable.
why didn't you go ahead and use the recording of your brother?
Right.
We typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the
We typically don't record our interviews. You heard it here first. Not important because we typically don't record our interviews because that way we can write down whatever we want in the report that we don't transcribe until weeks later or months later, and we don't keep notes. So, no big whoop. No big whoop. Oops.
The reason we didn't use the recording room is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
That's what he said.
Sustained.
That
Didn't
is what
you
he-
say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
He
No.
did say that.
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You,
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room.
That's
Right.
right. That's what he said.
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
Not
No,
even 10.
didn't
I'm going
use-
to take it back because I heard him say it too.
Get access to what's,
And you can ask it differently.
I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews. You see any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
I don't know how far back it was, but
That would mean that if you used a recorded room,
here.
those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
That's exactly what he said.
But he offered, didn't he?
He
That's
offered, we did not
Hello.
use it.
Do you see
Anyone?
that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know,
that's exactly what he just said. And then he's going to go back and say, oh, no, I didn't say that. Yeah, for those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. Welcome. Based on the breaking news this morning that Michael Proctor is going to be facing the MSP Trial Board next Wednesday on the 15th, we decided to rewatch his testimony so we could think of all the other reasons why he's being investigated by the MSP, aside from just his nasty text messages against Karen Reed and all the other ways that he's screwed up this investigation and showed bias other than his misogynistic messages. And if you're wondering, it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Michael Proctor crossed by Alan Jackson, June 12th, 2024. The first part of his cross was on June 10th. Then there was a day off. This is June 12th.
right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Did you order the code red?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that.
Hold on. I can take that back a second.
yes.
But you didn't tell us about the part out there, isn't there? Is it? And Colin didn't have a relationship that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have acquaintances.
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah,
Oh, Kevin. Ah,
right?
that's right.
But you didn't tell us about that one.
Objection.
Remember in the beginning of his cross, he was caught in a lie where he said, well, yes, I didn't. I mean, I kind of knew Julie, but not really. And then it turned out that he was talking to Julie about babysitting his baby before John O'Keefe was even killed 10 days before. And then he said, well, I know Julie and I know Chris and I know Colin, but he never mentioned Kevin Albert. And now all that's going to come out about how well he knew Kevin Albert. And this is one of the reasons why he's going in front of the trial board or whatever the hell they call it next week, in front of the MSP administrative board. Remember? Oops, I knew Kevin too. How he was not prepped for this, I have no idea, because the Commonwealth had all the same information from the feds that the defense had. How he was not prepped to say, I also know Kevin Albert, is beyond me, because if you haven't seen this yet, my new viewers, you might be blown away by this.
I'll allow it.
You didn't tell us, right? Yeah,
Kevin, the Canton PD
right?
police officer.
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Mm-hmm.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, Well, let's look at that.
Huh. You don't consider that a relationship?
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022,
Here we go.
you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
Yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
Remember? Oh, yes, you did.
Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm
Uh-huh.
asking for your memory.
I don't
Yeah.
recall that.
Really?
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page,
This is good stuff, you guys. If you don't know about
2602.
this, buckle up, buttercups. We forgot to mention that he
May I?
did know Kevin
Yes.
Albert
Trooper
too.
Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Oh, not just drinking. It's like a bender. You know, some people might call it a bender. When you lose your badge and gun, I don't know, on the job. Pregnant pause. Thank you, Sue.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Sorry, Lally.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it.
Oh, got
So
it.
isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end
Uh-huh.
quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge
Uh-huh.
and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Oops.
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
Yeah. Weekend at Proctor's. Excellent.
Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
Uh-huh. Raise your hand if this is the first time you're hearing this. Raise your hand if this is the first time you're hearing this. No, that's not a relationship at all. Not drunk at all. I can't speak to his level of intoxication. Are you ducking kidding me? Wow.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Nora, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." end quote. Correct?
Correct.
What are they? 18, 20? Like, really? It's bad. I was hungover for sure today. Couple tonight to make me feel good. On July 20th, 2022, in case you're keeping score, that was 6 months after the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. These two are going out and getting so drunk together that Kevin Albert lost his gun, left his badge in Proctor's car, which I think was a police cruiser, because they were working a cold case together. Somebody just said there's a boat named Cold Case. I don't know anything about that. And then Proctor sends him back a message. Well, this is like 8:30 at night. A couple of those is all it'll take to right the ship.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection that the two of you had been out drinking the night before?
But he forgot he knew him.
He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge
It's embarrassing at this point.
and he couldn't even find his gun.
Hi, Nicole. I know. It is.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right.
Oh, now you remember that you knew him too?
And you were in your cruiser,
Your cruise.
right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Correct. Like, no, nothing wrong with that, right? Oh, yeah. I forgot. I said I didn't know any of the Alberts except for Julia and Chris
To
and
change
Colin.
gears, Trooper Proctor, you
Forgot about
personally
Chris.
collected
I mean,
John
Kevin.
O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to.
The date with Kevin Albert was July 19, 2022, 6 months after Officer O'Keefe's murder.
At the
Nothing to see
time
here. Look the
you
other
were
way, everyone.
At Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Okay, quick
Yes.
pivot here. Quick pivot now. Now we're going to Good Sam Hospital. Going back to them. Now we're going back in time from July of 2022 to his drunk fest bender or not bender with Kevin Albert that he kind of forgot about, to the morning or whatever time it was when he went to the hospital with Bukhenik to look at Officer O'Keefe's body. May he rest in peace.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Okay, listen up. It's going to get good. Well, yeah, right. Do they have his socks?
If you could take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you, I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
All right, if I can have this marked and admitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
Exhibit 5.
8? Yes, sir. Thank you. Photograph that's been published up on the television screen.
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
Berkey's boat is
I do,
called
yes.
Okay,
Cold
that
Case?
appears to
Really,
be
Martin?
What? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yes.
I'll allow it.
And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes.
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen?
We pointed this out the other day, but his socks are on upside down, in case anybody's keeping score. And then I don't know if the socks ever made it into evidence. Let's hear what Proctor has to say about the socks. Because if John O'Keefe did take his shoes off inside the house, because everyone knows that he insisted people take off their shoes when they came into his house, because Lally in his closing wanted the jury to believe that Karen Reed was guilty because she didn't take her shoes off the morning of January 29th when they went back to One Meadows before finding his body on the lawn of 34 Fairview. She didn't take off her shoes because she knew that she killed him and he wasn't coming home, so he wouldn't care. If he took off his shoes when he went into 34 Fairview, might there be dog hair on those socks? Just a thought.
I believe,
In the blue pants?
yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
Let me take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? Correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchenek's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Bukhenik's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into your facility
Yes.
at the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanek and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
Did you,
He brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino? What 2 cell phones did he bring to Trooper Garino? Oh, I guess he had Karen's because this was after they went to Dighton. So he had possession of John's phone. He gave John's phone to Garino that late at night after they got back from Dighton, after they put the car in the Sallyport. Okay, hang on. When did he get possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone? He never went to 34 Fairview that day, remember? That's the party line. He never went to 34 Fairview that day. How did he get John's phone? Who gave it to him? Because that phone had a lot of activity on it. After 6:04 a.m. when his body was found. I don't remember that it was ever resolved. Let's listen to this.
Evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanek and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the
question?
DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ding, ding, ding.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
In my head.
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as the case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab.
Oh,
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
ma'am, judge, there is no evidence log. There is no chain of custody log for the clothing until March 14th of 2022. That's when the log starts. This needed to be hammered home, I think, a little bit better in closing, because you can't trust anything having to do with the clothing because there's no chain of custody on the clothing till March something, which is more than, I don't know, something like 6 weeks later. And remember when the forensics people, forensics techs, the women came in talking about scraping the clothing and testing the things that were on the clothing, they didn't do that until another year, till February of 2023. So how can any of this stuff be admissible without a chain of custody? I have no idea. This is the upside down. This is a world in which rules of evidence don't exist. Stuff is just admitted. Results are just reveal themselves. And this is crazy. A lot of different answers on the phone. Olivia says, I think they were trying to claim that he picked it up at Canton PD that morning, but who brought it there is my question. Other people say, I think Jen gave it to him. Maybe Jen gave it to him when he went to do the interview of Jen. Somebody said he got it at the hospital, but who brought it to the hospital? Somebody said it gave it to the EMT. An EMT would never take possession of John O'Keefe's phone. Carrie Roberts testified that she picked up his phone. When they picked up his body, it was underneath him. And then she put it in her pocket and she doesn't remember who she gave it to. The whole thing is sketch at best.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
8th, 11th, and 18th pieces of
So who had
taillight?
control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
Just revealed itself.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Just prepped for that one, I guess, Lindsay.
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
You don't know how the system works.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that a label is created. And then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Is there a log of that?
Waiting for the objection. Waiting.
Not to my knowledge.
It's not coming. No log. No evidence log, people. Nope. Yeah, he can remember those dates, but not drinking with Kevin Albert, which happened after 6 months later.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Oh,
Correct.
here we go.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized.
That's true.
Correct?
Correct.
So I didn't think my lie would be caught. Sorry to
The
cover
fact of
AJ.
the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right.
4:16 and
Hour
5:30 are very
Changed, an hour
different
and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
because you
Did
got
you ever
caught.
seek to change or amend the error,
Oh, why
a
would I?
false statement about the time
So
or received it,
Oh,
seized
he's
in
got
any
an
of those
explanation
documents that you
ready.
filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written.
Mhm.
And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off
Oh,
on the other affidavits I had wrote.
just like a scratch and sniff affidavit. You just scratch and sniff. You never caught it. Were you the only one to sign it, or did your supervisor sign off on it too? That's the dumbest explanation that I've ever heard. Jackson is brilliant. This is surgical precision cross-examination at its finest. You may not ever see better than this. Oh, my freeze game is so on point. Look at his his finger. He's like, really? Yeah, I'm not a detail guy, you know? I'm a decorated dude. Incorrectly transcribed, yes. Scrivener's error, I think Lally liked to call it in some of his moving papers. Mm-hmm. Hear that again.
Continue to write other search warrants. I use that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
I lied to the judge
So the
more
first
than
one
once.
was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect
Just an incorrect time.
transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. We
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Those were Lally's
Sure.
words.
Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong.
Right.
And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0.
Forgot how great this was.
They were typos, sir.
Really? 416 turns into 530? Oh my.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
Didn't ask you that, sir. Asked you if you asked for a warrant to see. Wait, hold on.
PD.
Wait.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case.
You delivered the car to the Sallyport before a single piece of taillight was ever found in this case. That is the question. Yes or no answer will suffice, but not for him.
Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
Didn't ask you that.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Or you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Like,
Who decides?
wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So
Wasn't me.
who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Bukhenik?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Bukhenik who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but two barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sally Port, from where the car was towed, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sally Port at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sally Port is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
3 minutes.
Yes.
3 minutes. What time was the first piece of tele found? Do we know? Because I don't think there's a log of that either.
Yeah, just moment you're on.
Yes.
Who are we pointing the finger at now? Ipsy Dixit.
That means that you were Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor, you're the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300,
Correct.
a ton of them, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test.
Notice how the sirens always happen at exactly the right time. If you're listening in your car, it's the sirens on the at the trial going past the courthouse. They're not behind you. That always happens to me when I'm in the car. There's a Taylor Swift song that my kids always play in the car, and there's sirens at the beginning of it. Because no body, no crime. And I always look around thinking there's sirens. Yeah. This is exhausting to watch, right? We've been sitting here for almost 5 hours. Imagine how exhausting it is to be Alan Jackson. And the fact that he makes it look really easy is just an indication of how excellent he is at trial lawyering.
On Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you
Oh,
hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
did you
Okay,
hold back
next
videos?
question.
Yeah, the inverted
There's
one.
surveillance video from Canton Police Department's
Oh, that one too.
Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
Yeah, the inverted.
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes,
You were questioned about it, and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage, and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
Mhm.
You were
Let's
asked
get a little
about
bit.
this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Federal grand
Yes,
jury.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Bukhenik arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Bukhenik and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport.
If
That's the
I,
question.
if I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Bukhenik and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was
No.
your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to in the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time, in February of 2024, you had that video surveillance, you had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport,
Mhm.
right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It does.
The next question you were asked,
It
why did you
does.
review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. You remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you'd obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Ms. Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Mhm.
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over.
Wow.
You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
When the
Objection.
feds got
Is that
involved.
true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
Mm.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
Great.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Mm. Mhm.
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Missing 42 minutes.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Not a house.
I'll see it sidebar if you want.
And here's the sidebar. Olivia, how is this not a Brady violation? They withheld the Sallyport video from the defense and wouldn't have turned it over if not for the feds, but they withheld it until after the trial started. I'd love to know. I'd love to know how that was let in. I'd love to know what they're talking about right now at the sidebar. But we don't get to hear any of it. There are 3 court reporters right now furiously transcribing all of these sidebars.
Thank you.
I'm sure the motions
reviewed
in
the
lemonade for this re-persecution are going to be wild.
Video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yeah, the inverted one. Let's listen to this a little more closely at regular speed.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Huh.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes,
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
Uh,
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Tully, who's now allegedly been rehomed, but apparently it has been speculated that he may have been at the chip on, chip off, whatever it was, in Texas, because he wrote a police report dated December 10th. We don't really know. A lot of the Twidiots are talking about it, that Tully went to this chip on, chip off. I don't really know if that's true. Tully's the one who got the video from Helena Rafferty. Helena Rafferty, the chief of Canton PD. Now, currently, during this trial, she was the chief of Canton PD. Who also ran over a pedestrian in a crosswalk in her police cruiser and withheld it from her constituents over there in Canton until she was busted, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And again,
Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
can't stop now, LA. We're there.
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Oh,
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started.
Yeah.
Mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
on disc.
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
It's Chinatown.
Yep,
Jake.
I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Bukhenik.
He's in the front driver's seat, but it looks like it's the passenger seat. But Yuri at one time said that it was him that drove the car in there. Do you think really in any world they would have let the tow truck driver drive the murder weapon into the Sally Port? Does anybody believe that for 1 second? He watched this video at his desk weeks ago. The Alec Baldwin case in New Mexico was thrown out of court within minutes of that, that special prosecutor, Carrie Marcy, putting herself on the stand because she decided what was relevant and what should be turned over and what shouldn't. The case was thrown out of court. This one should have been thrown out of court that day too. But no, here we are. We're going to do this again, friends. Hold on. Listen to this. Anybody believe for a second the tow truck driver drove it into the Sally Port? No way. No way. He didn't. Is he going to say that he noticed it was inverted? Let's listen.
That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video.
By the tail light.
Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Bukhenik's there. I believe Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
R.I.P.
He's kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage.
He was retired. Oh, he was retired at the time of trial. I don't think he was retired at the time of the Sally Port video. He was like on medical leave. He wasn't supposed to be in, right?
Gate there.
The back
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person? Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just
Yeah.
appear?
It was like ghosts in and out.
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle,
Yeah.
somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video
Ghosts
footage,
everywhere.
correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be
Skips.
that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes,
That's right.
So
That's right.
anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
Is he waiting for an objection? Because it ain't coming.
so the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was it reversed?
Just the timestamp?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
So when he watched it at his desk, the video wasn't inverted, just the timestamp was? Huh.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay,
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
He was totally waiting for an objection. It didn't come.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor, because now,
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
well, this lady's getting up. She's like, I got to get out of here.
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle's brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday to rewatch it, and the one that
I don't remember this. I don't know. Was I asleep? Did I fall asleep at this point of the trial? I'm so glad we're doing this again. This is almost over, but there's another portion of it that goes on for about an hour. If you guys want to go, I'll keep going because that'll be the end of his testimony and Lally's redirect. I'm here for it. We used to do this 8 hours at a time. We're only just bumping up at 5 hours here. He saw the video on his desk at his computer in the wherever his desk is. The only thing that was inverted was the timestamp. Then he says, I saw the video yesterday. It just keeps getting better and better. Hold on.
Video yesterday, just to rewatch it. And the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Really? Huh. That's curious,
Well,
isn't it? Okay, should be.
Were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
Why haven't we seen that video?
When did you watch that that video?
Yesterday.
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
He said yesterday.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay.
Oh, now we're going to take a break.
All right, jurors.
Our luncheon. Our luncheon break. And in fact, whose stream am I using here? This is WCVB Channel 5. They put this on a separate video. So I've got it queued up over here. I mean, you know what's great too about watching this again is that instead of it being broken up into 2 days with a day off in between, we're watching all of his testimony straight through. And when you watch it all straight through, you can pick up so much more because you remember kind of what he just said a little while ago. I can't believe this case was allowed to go on after that. Hi, Iris. What options are there to get Bev off the case? They could make another motion to recuse. They've already made one. It's in my pretrial playlist. If you haven't watched that, I suggest that you do because we went over the motion papers and the hearing. She chose not to recuse herself despite being confronted with several things that shows that perhaps she had some personal ties to some people involved in this case, but she chose not to. I'm sure they can make the motion again. I don't think that it would be granted, but why not just bankrupt Karen and have them have to make all kinds of motions and hire more experts and fly their experts in for more daubered hearings, despite the fact that they've been qualified already to testify in the first trial? Because, you know, whole new trial, whole new set of rules, apparently. Kyle says 31 years, Dallas, 1/4 of this, and you're up on charges. Thanks, Kyle, for the super chat. Sunshine says, how did he know all the information about Karen on the 29th? Great point. He'd only spoken to 3 people, right? Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert. Whatever information he had, those are the only people that he spoke to. That's where he must have gotten it, right? Hi, Kieran, 63 became a member. Welcome, welcome. Jadzia, thanks for the super chat. Thanks so much for going over this, Melanie. You're the best. It's a great reminder of some of the detail I'd forgotten. Me too. Me too. And now that he's coming up for his little Massachusetts State Police trial proceeding administratively next week, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with him, what they're going to do with him. Are they going to terminate him? Are they going to just slap him on the wrist? Are they going to still allowed to go and be a trooper somewhere else? We'll see. Laura says no body cams, but a heated Sally Port. Okay, then. Yeah. You know what's so funny is they said it was heated. And then when we watched the video of them pulling the car in, there's snow all around the floor of the garage. So was it heated? Was it not heated? Did they pull the car in, then pull it back out and then pull it back in? I don't know. I got a lot of questions. KLM says, love the early streams. Can you do a Higgins replay soon? Yeah, I mean, why not? We're here for it. I think we need to revisit a lot of the testimony before the next trial, and we have until April Fool's Day to do it. Because so many people are just taking an interest in this case now that it gives me great joy to bring all of this to you and to people who don't know a lot about it. So feel free to share the stream out because a lot of people don't want you knowing about this stuff. And I'm just here reporting on what I believe to be the truth. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe. And it's not just me. Biomechanical engineers hired by the FBI, U.S. Attorney's Office also believe John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe because they built a cannon and they shot a cocktail glass at a tail light and it couldn't break it. And, injuries, physics, those kind of things. Thank you, KLM, for your super chat. Sua Sponte, Proctor's work computer needs to be seized. Great point. Wicked psyched. What is the significance of the timestamp colors? Somebody remind me? I remember the one they showed in court was yellow. And I think there were some other videos from inside the Sally Port where the timestamp was blue. He saw the one that was yellow. So yes, thank you, Team Brittany. Like and share, everyone. Let's show you know who, though. We know the truth. They just want to bankrupt Karen Reed, paper them to death, have them keep flying all their experts in. Just keep on keeping on. So that's the way we do it here in Massachusetts. I'm not in Massachusetts, I'm in New York, but the way they do it in Massachusetts, Ms. Reed, something funny, Ms. Reed. I'm going to put this up a little bit. I think there's about an hour left of his testimony. Thanks, Team Brittany. Mods are coming in and out in shifts, so I think we're good. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please.
That's right. The moon is made of green cheese. Clerk Jim. Happy birthday, Karen Gerber.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Love your favorite Kelly. Thank you. Thank you, Crooked
Before
Halo.
we were discussing
Oh, well, we got to say it. We have to have a shout out. Happy birthday, Karen Gerber. Love your favorite Kelly. We love Mel. I love you guys right back, Crooked Halo. Thanks for the 20.
Sally Port video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
It wasn't me.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sally Port videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sally Port videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sally Port videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct. That's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone, is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
app.
some way or another, you could get access to the Ring videos.
Correct.
And watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone.
Yes.
Which means you had full access to the app. You could keep
Delete videos.
You could save for later. You could delete videos. You could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Ms. Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Ms. Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
It's not there. You know why? It would have shown that her tail light was intact, maybe. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I mean, we know that she came in the garage because you can hear her heels on the garage floor when she's leaving a nasty voicemail for John. I did him dirty again on the freeze frame. He's asked point blank if he deleted any videos, even though he's the only one who had access to it. Karen Reed did not delete it, Nadine. She didn't even have access. She didn't have access to the ring footage. It's already been testified. Did you watch the trial? The children even came in and testified that she did not have access to the ring camera login. Thanks for playing, though.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper Chico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And he did that at your request.
correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes.
Yeah,
in a
listen up. I
broader
forgot this
report
part
that you then
too. Here, wait, listen up. Chico reviewed all the videos and he took notes. Here we go.
drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes,
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
That's about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper Chico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's not liking what he's seeing. Wait, look at his baby shark hair. We haven't gotten to see his baby shark hair today. We'll get to see it on redirect though. It's pretty awesome. Baby shark, baby shark.
May I?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Baby shark. It's like shampoo hair when your baby is little and you make a little shark fin on his head in the bathtub with the shampoo. It's like, uh-oh. You got some splaining to do, Mikey. Mikey Chip Bear.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, that was Trooper Paul,
Proctor, do you
Cheyenne.
have these notes in mind?
Cheyenne, that was Trooper Paul. And I believe that, I don't think it was a voir dire. I think, though, that was the day. I know when that, I can tell you exactly when that was, Cheyenne Brown. It's the day that Mark Betterow and I were in the courtroom. It's June 14th. It's like the beginning of Trooper Paul's testimony, I think. Or was it the day after? We didn't get to see the cross, so it was the day after. It may have been June 15th. But that's what you're thinking of.
Specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
Thanks, Cool Bean.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041, for those of you keeping score, that'd be 12:41 a.m. Taillights from driveway. I believe that's when she arrived home. And yet, Chico saw that video, and yet it vaporized. Maybe put this on real speed so you can hear it, that it's full effect.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Did we get there?
Yes.
We got to get to 75K.
You
Come on, you
recall
guys.
every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report.
The majority of them. Every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want to,
Okay.
Right. Cindy, cops love ring footage when it catches the criminal, not so much when it catches cops being corrupt.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
Karen, you're funny. Oh, oops.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months,
Right.
as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
No, it's not gone because we have the video of them getting out of the car in the driveway. Nobody looks at the taillight. That's when they got there. That's the only video. Nobody looked at the taillight. And it's so funny that you didn't even start requesting videos from Ring until well after you knew that their retention policy had expired. Ha! So there's that.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
Yeah.
The objection is sustained.
What?
Mr. Jackson,
The
don't wait about it
objection
now, okay?
is sustained.
Yes,
Why?
ma'am.
Get DeChico back in here. So,
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes,
I need a card.
there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
No, there isn't. No big whoop. Nothing to see here. I will. Nothing to see here. Look at his
Trooper Proctor,
smarmy
would you
face.
agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabes in this case?
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she
I'll
treated
allow it.
differently?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, we followed the facts and the evidence,
Mm-hmm.
an open mind.
Did you
Yeah.
consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
No, she was just a whack
Not
job
somebody
C
from
word.
Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed
Not the question.
hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022?
Oh, more? It's like, oh, there's more.
Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab
Yeah.
10?
2 days after she was,
It's
Oh,
either the
indicted
bait
the
stamp or the,
arraigned.
This is triple F, this is Foxtrot.
Triple F as in you know what, duck, duck,
And the
duck.
base stamp is 2526.
Because you're ducked. Can't wait to see what happens with his MSP trial. I'm going to sit on the edge of my seat until next Wednesday. If anybody knows if it's going to be Zoomed or anything, probably not, but love to see what goes on there.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my."
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor.
yes.
2526, Mr. Bates.
Oh, he always sighs before he's about to say something very uncomfortable. I've noticed.
On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take
No.
that down.
I don't want to take it down. I'm going to read it. Courtney, his sister, texts him on February 4th of 2022, which is 2 days after her first arraignment on February 2nd of 2022. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael." And then he writes, "Hopefully she kills herself." And then Courtney says, "Whatever you know must be bad because some people just say it was a bad drunken tragedy. Let's hope she does so she doesn't drag this out for this family," says Courtney. But somehow it's getting in because I remember them talking about it. But take it down, Mr. Jackson. Take it down. Oh, Czech Republic is here. Hi, Regina from the Czech Republic. Welcome. The worldwide story. Worldwide. Long sidebar here.
Your Honor.
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, "Hopefully she kills herself," correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
Not just die, take her own life.
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
Mhm.
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed in your investigation had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Loosely.
Chris L, loosely.
Yes.
Julie L, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Wow.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Doubling
Loose enough to
down.
leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Anybody else want to throw up right now?
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
Good
This was
point.
referred
Cop's daughter. Why would Courtney write to Michael, to Proctor? I think she was talking about Marcy. Good point. I left my name off because I didn't want anybody to connect me to Michael. I don't know what she was referring to. Some kind of post or like a donation or something. I don't know. Anybody know what she was talking about? You see how the masterful surgeon of cross-examination comes full circle on this, starts off with the text messages, the inappropriate ones about how they want an answer to this ASAP, and then he bookends it at the very end with these texts to his sister. I wish she would just kill herself, which was only 6 days after this whole thing started. Take that back a tiny bit before we have to listen to Lally again.
Objection.
Where is this?
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages,
Mhm.
group chats this morning.
So is that
The
so
beginning
is
of
that
the
right?
cross.
Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Do we know that version?
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech.
Figure of speech.
My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech.
Figure of speech would be, I'm going to kill you. Not, I wish she would just kill herself. Everybody agree?
During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do.
She's a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job,
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you.
Bang,
right?
bang.
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the
Mhm.
word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself,
Oh.
right?
Correct.
And then fuck her,
Yep.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr.
I'll
Jackson.
give you this one.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in your own words that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it
We
would
had
be
to do it
far
all.
easier for you to pin it on the girl
Uh-huh.
who's just a whack job cunt, in your words,
Oh.
who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Shame on
Check.
you,
All right,
sir.
so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Yeah, but
Mr.
that was
Lally?
fire.
Thank you.
Okay, baby shark, let's see what you got. Yeah, we're done. We're still here, Nick. We're still here, Nick Rocco. We're still here to all the people who said we're still here. I put you on pause for 2 hours and you're still here. Yeah, you know why? Because we are doing it. We are doing it all. We are doing all of Proctor's testimony in one stream because we started and we can't quit. Because we ain't got no quit. That's why we ain't got no quit. Because everybody out there in the world needs to know what a ducking prick this guy is. And now that he's coming up for trial next week on his internal affairs investigation or whatever administrative proceeding they're going to have, I forgot that when he testified on 2 different days. The first day was a Monday. And day 2 for him was a Wednesday. He had a day off in between. So we wanted to do it all in one stream, and we're here and we ain't got no quit and we're finishing it. And this is going to be, we didn't even watch Lally's direct because first of all, he's so boring. And second of all the fire happened during cross, but we will watch his redirect. We may have to set it to 2 times speed for Baby Shark, but it doesn't go that long. So because after this, somebody else gets up there. Yeah, this guy. Remember that guy? Fanning or Tully? I don't remember one of them. They're all bald. All the cops are bald. Here we go, Baby Shark. Hi, Melissa. Thanks for coming in. Lally flop, poo, lally flop, lally flop. You guys remember lally flop? Show everyone our special emojis for this trial, you guys. We got all of them.
Good afternoon, sir.
Look at the way his hair goes like this, like a baby bubble bath.
When you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. We're going to have to listen to him talk about his integrity at regular speed. This is why he hates David Yannetti. He's going to have an opportunity to explain himself. All these years, I never had any kind of any complaints against me. How dare he stand up there and intimidate me? This is all about witness intimidation, right?
As well as Mr. Yannetti shows.
Hold on. Why do you hate Mr. Yannetti? We all needed a good laugh, Karen Griswold. Yes, we did. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we did. Look at Alan. Look at Alan's face. Hold on. This is so fantastic. I forgot how good this is.
Did drag my name through the mud.
Right. Let's go a little bit further. Okay. Why do you hate David Yannetti?
In 22, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me.
So why would you risk it all? Why would you risk your stellar shining star of a career of 10 years for this case? Why? Why would you do it? Chip?
And he had no basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office.
Well, you know what's so interesting about this, Olivia says, because Olivia knows everything about everything. Olivia says, Yannetti had not made any statement about him being corrupt in 2022 at all when these text messages were sent. So this is just a straight up lie. The first time he called him corrupt was at the end of 2023. Liar.
As well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday
Right.
in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be with
Look at Yannetti's
one of their
face.
witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, can we approach? Because this is a lie. This is a lie. Yannetti went there to meet with a witness. He had no idea that Courtney Proctor worked there. You got to hear that again. This is a lie.
To see if she was being served.
Objection.
Yeah,
Can
this
we
is a
approach?
straight up
Yes.
lie. Wow. Oh, and then the jurors is sent out. Is there a little voir dire here? I forget. Libby says it was in Yannetti's bail reduction argument at the September 2023 hearing where he, for the first time, called Proctor corrupt. I'm going to take her word for it because she knows this case even better than I do. Lucky, that's what it was. He was meeting with Lucky, right? He was meeting with Lucky in the parking lot, and he didn't know that she lived there. I mean, that she worked there. Yeah, I think he's going to. Well, they're having a little sidebar. Do, 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 do. And of course, Lally extracted that from him. Oh, look, there's Ted Daniel. There's Jess. Oh, there's my friend from Canton Community TV. Oh, there's Aiden Carney. And there's Sue O'Donnell. What's her name? Sue O'Donnell. That's right. O'Connell, that's her name, Sue O'Connell. Thanks. Yep, Proctor wanted to say something, and then Lally set him up for it.
Words or spellings or anything.
Boy, Lally had his marching orders, and he did exactly as he was told, in my opinion. That's right, Michael. I admire Karen too. Strength and adversity 101.
Witness two, please. Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregard it. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
We ain't got no quit, Bill. We're doing Proctor all in one day. We're almost done.
And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
You're not apologizing for nothing, you lack of integrity.
Roger. Let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why
Yeah.
was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the
He never said
false
anything.
accusations of
There were none.
being
Objection.
conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open
Objection.
court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also
Yannetti is
motions
sexy,
filed
says
by
Dewey.
Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents'
There was a photograph of, hold on a second.
Anything were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
so the
Allegations by who? Somebody posted a picture of somebody's kids. I don't think it had anything to do with David Yannetti. You guys can refresh my recollection on this. Let me just take it back a second.
investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations
there were
in regard
motions?
to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
Of course it's overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection.
Form?
Meeting.
In that form, it's strictly not allowed to ask it that way, Mr. Levy.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
How did we conduct it?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022,
Yes.
was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Ms. O'Keefe's death?
You didn't look for any evidence.
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Mhm.
Sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in the prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I noticed that too. Now she was asking the reason why Jackson was objecting.
Sir,
Right.
I'm giving you
First time ever.
01562, 63, and 64, and that's the read and look up.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Levy?
1562, 63, and 64.
Olivia. Olivia.
Now, Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Bukhenik and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
What about her not taking her shoes off when she went back in the house? You found it odd? One shoe left at the scene, yeah.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abbott was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection.
Then we'll allow it.
Of course you'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have.
What about Karen saying on the body cam footage when she was brought back in, rearrested for the second time on Bukhenik's body cam footage? We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized. Colin and Brian beat the bejesus out of him. What about that? Is that evidence? Because you believe everything Karen Reed says, but Karen Reed never said to you that she said I hit him, but you believe the things that Jennifer McCabe said to you that Karen said, but she didn't say those things until she got on the stand during this trial. She never said them in any of the original reports that Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So what the duck are you talking about?
Pursued that.
Yeah, we'll
Regardless
let
of
him
his
answer
position.
that question,
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
right? Oh my
Your
God,
approach?
it's so
Yes.
embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
My apologies, John. Document I showed you the other day. Do you recognize that?
This whole investigation was non-existent.
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
I think
Yes,
she,
sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content or what did you send to that group? That text message.
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
and
so that's also information that you had late in the evening of January.
yeah, she was driving and she left. She left him there. Now she backed into him.
January 29th, 2022,
Oh my
correct?
Objection.
Inform that sustained.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Retreat. Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
He asked you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asking questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper Chico in regard to his medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant Ms. Reed charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. Co-trial.
Not allowed to talk about this.
Yes.
Here's that.
And are you aware of certain
Like-
witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
Oh,
Yeah.
why is he allowed to go in depth about the grand jury when all of that was supposed to be off the grid? Not allowed to talk about it. It's top secret. Why is he allowed to question him about it? Flamingo, Chicky's like, wow, I can't believe you're still on, Melly. What do you think this is? Some 2-bit amateur operation here? We're getting this done. We ain't got no quit. We're finishing Proctor's testimony today because we couldn't stop once we got started and we wanted it all in one stream. But thank you for giving me props, I guess, for still being on. But, you know, during trial days, sometimes we do this for 8 hours at a time. So it's been a while. It's been a while.
Yes.
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Not an
Objection.
Sustained.
entity?
Watch your phones tonight.
How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Oh, but you
Now,
lied
you were
about
asking
Kevin.
questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
10 days prior, well, before when I asked about
I
her.
believe I
previous-
reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister
Random.
when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022. correct?
yeah,
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they want.
He prepped them for the grand jury? What?
Obviously have questions about the process.
Now,
Oh,
as far as
and you answered their questions about the
babysitting
grand jury? Isn't that what Lally is for?
your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being
Right.
discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her event?
General information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained is to inform. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, is your witness.
Yes. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text with her indicating her knowledge.
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that a jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take
I'll love it.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one.
Yeah.
She never received one.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You were asking questions.
Did she ever get one?
Howard, correct?
Correct.
And
She didn't get one.
as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front.
Oh,
and
that's
left
so
at
funny
some
because
time.
remember earlier in your testimony when you said that Colin Albert left before anybody got back from the waterfall? Oh, but then what had happened was there was a day break in between your two testimonies, and then somebody reminded you about what the testimony was of the Alberts, of Nicole, Coco, and Brian. So now you want to correct your testimony? This is why we had to watch this all in one day. That's why we ain't got no quit. Yeah, she had to go 10 days straight with her boys. How did she live through it? Ask Kate Mick. I'll never know.
Around 12:10 a.m.
Yeah,
Was
12:10
that
a.m.
information that you had prior to your
That's the
interview
company
with
line.
Colin Albert?
Towing the company line.
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
Yeah, of course it was.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app,
Oh,
Colin
well,
Albert is
the Waze app is 3 minutes fast. Guess nobody told you about that.
leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did
He
not
remembers
cross
all
paths.
that stuff, though.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes,
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only one person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
correct.
Did that math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only one person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news in the chat. And this is actually confirmed right now by me. I'm going to pull it up for you because we don't want to hear anymore. I'm done with Proctor for now. I'm done with Proctor for right now. Thank you to whoever broke this. It actually just broke at 6:11. Hang on. U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy, announces he will be leaving office on January 17th. We have brought some incredibly important cases these last 3 years that have improved the lives of the people of Massachusetts, he said. That is posted by Christina Rex, WBZ. Only 742 people have seen it. You are 4,000 more have just seen it. Wow. That's interesting. This only has one comment on it right now. 16 retweets. Say you. Yeah, what the hell is right? Hope he makes a move before he leaves. I wonder if he was offered an extension. I don't know. So says Christina Rex of WBZ. She's the one who got that exclusive interview. I don't know. I don't have thoughts yet. Why is he leaving? Did he get a better job? Did he get a promotion? Boo says could be good news, guys. It could mean we've seen some movement this month, as well as the news that another witness was interviewed by his office for a second time recently. Will says this case is going to need more public exposure than ever. We're here for it. Will, I was saying earlier that you and I, while we read the text messages of Karen and John, we never read the text message of Karen and Higgins, did we? That might have been interesting. We need scheduled a few days after Proctor's hearing. That's interesting. Yeah, so Proctor's hearing, for those of you, I'm going to circle back to the dropping today. Today's dropping. If I can find it with all my 700 open tabs. This is where we started the day. The dropping from Michael Marcy's office. That indicates that Michael Proctor will appear before a Massachusetts State Police Trial Board for allegations of misconduct in the performance of his duties as a uniformed member of the MSP on January 15th of 2025, which is a week from Wednesday. And now it has just been revealed Josh Levy is announcing that he's going to be leaving office on January 17th. I don't even see any comments yet. They're still at like 742 views. Well, that's interesting. I'm sure somebody else will cover that for you tonight. Possibly Levy is resigning related to the change of the president. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. Scott McGinnis says Josh Levy showed promise. He was doing good things, delving into the corruption in Massachusetts. I pray his successor takes up the cause with a running start. I think we all do. We would have loved to see some activity on this. Don't know. I'm going to digest this a little bit more. This just broke while we were literally at the end of Proctor's testimony. Okay, thanks for the 5. I hope the next trial goes every day. Not all those breaks. I think the jury didn't pick up on all the shenanigans. Right. Not to mention that 1 hour for closings was in no way long enough for a trial of this magnitude and length. Thanks, Cool Beans, for becoming a new member. Appreciate ya. My nurse, Kel. Thanks for the super chat. Proctor has nothing to lose by telling the truth and becoming a witness for the FBI against Canton. I truly hope he remains okay. Maybe with FBI protection. Well, thank you, Mama She, for the Cash App, for the 50. Wow, for another great day and show. Love you, lady, right back. Love you. Sherilyn, thank you, says no matter the case, I'm with you. Thank you, Sherilyn. Appreciate you. Thank you, Allie. Michael Proctor's busted face through Venmo. And Justin Green for starting off the day with a Cash App this morning. The dash in between with Matt. Hey, Matt Bond, tuning in from Australia. Thanks for coming in. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hello, Spiffy, Legal Mumbo Jumbo, Talkie Peoples. Yay, more only fan. Yeah, we missed that fan. Lori, thanks for the Canadian 10. He's evidently making it obvious that we need more cupcakes in the world. Oh, thanks, Lori. Tracy Fagan, grand jury equals ham sandwich. Yep. They can usually indict a ham sandwich, as Saul Walkler famously said, but not in this case. Well, in this case, they did, but they tried to indict Karen Reed and Aiden Carney together for intimidating witnesses. That grand jury failed. That was in 2020, March 2024. Kirsten, formerly Auntie Bev's verdict form for Melanie's Matcha, 5 hours and ain't got no quit. Yep, we're at 6 hours just now. So I think we're going to get a need to wrap in a few minutes as soon as we finish these questions. If anyone's been here all day, I called this Kelly Cal. You called it early this morning. You said, do you think that Josh Levy is going to leave office? And I said, we don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. It's the new administration. Many U.S. attorneys are leaving. That's true. We did think, however, though, that he would get to keep his job because perhaps he was doing good things in Massachusetts. But thank you, Lori L., for gifting a membership. And for all of you who have been here throughout this day, thank you for hanging out with me for 6 hours and rewatching all of Cooper Proctor's testimony in one day. It's wild. We'll see what happens next week, whether he'll be terminated or spanked, given a couple of days, lost vacation pay. Who knows what's going to happen? Thanks for all of you for hanging out with me today. For the moderators, for keeping it classy. Viewers, replay viewers, please share the stream out. Smash the like button. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. And make sure you have the bell set to all notifications. Otherwise, you will not be notified when I go live, which is also often very last minute because I don't have any set schedule. The other thing is also make sure you have your phone set so that YouTube can actually give you the notifications. Otherwise, you will not be notified on your phone through YouTube. But thank you all so very much. I love you with all of my heart, each and every one of you, for being such a special part of this community. Free Karen Reed, we ain't got no quit. This is an abomination that this is allowed to continue, this re-persecution. And we ain't got no quit. We're not going anywhere. More people need to know about this case. So please spread the word. Thank you all so very much for being here. And as always, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. It's not hard. I promise you, it is so not hard. Peace, my friends. I'll see you tomorrow, early morning, a little before 9 a.m., before the Karen Reed hearing tomorrow that we are going to stream live for Dr. Marie Russell's second part of her Daubert hearing tomorrow. Make sure you have your notifications set, and I'll see you guys in the morning. Peace.